Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Happy Saturday to everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here today. Mark, Lael, Kaushik, Karen, Eags, Mitosh, Galeric, TJ, Talon, welcome everybody. Mendy, thank you so much for the 15 months. That is a lot of support and I really appreciate it. Alright, we are starting things off in Loch Modan today. Yesterday we ended by working on Herbalism. We're trying to get Herbalism up to 125. Ideally before we go into Westfall. So we're going to continue working on that this morning. And we're also going to do some of the low-level quests here in Loch Modan. Rat Tunnel Ears, Stone Trogs. We'll at least do these beginning ones. And then we also have a breadcrumb to turn in up to the north. So yeah, that's what we're going to do to start things off. And eventually today we'll be heading over to Westfall. We've got a lot of stuff in our bags, but I need to hold on to these potions so that we can eventually make the lesser healing pots. Let's get our buffs going. Let's make some food and some water. Let's be a good mage. And try to be prepared. Alright. Oh, we made a whole stack. Did they increase how much food we make per cast in SOD? Because I don't think I've ever conjured food outside of retail and made a full stack of it. But it seems like that's what just happened. Let me do it again. Yeah, we were making 20 per cast. You never make 20 per cast. Ulf, Intelligent, DF Percush, welcome. Piotr, good evening to you. Yeah, every 2 levels you make 2 more, but I don't think that's what happened. I've never made 20 in one cast. Am I not using the newest rank? Conjure Food 1. Maybe because it's only Conjure Food 1, maybe I'm supposed to have Conjure Food 2 by now. Maybe that's all it is. Because we have Water 2. Yes, I guess we get Conjure Rank 2, Conjure Food 2 right now. It must have been level 14 that we unlocked that. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. So if we want to do our trick where we pull a bunch of guys, the thing we have to keep in mind is that the scouts are ranged. So we kind of have to pull melee guys to the scouts. Which means we have to pay attention to like who's who. We're not just going to be able to tab target everybody. If we want to group them up. Let's grab you. Let's grab you. And let's take them up to this guy. If we stand in his dead zone, that could be a good idea. Get that going. There we go. That worked okay. I think this orb pulled like a 4th guy that I didn't intend to pull. The orb is naughty like that. David, you feel bad for the pally watching me start a mage? I mean, don't feel too bad, buddy. We'll jump back on the pally eventually. After playing so much melee and like how I feel about melee and raids now, I needed to do something that was a ranged class. I couldn't go from a single target melee class right into another melee class, especially with all the stuff I learned about how I feel about melee and raids. So we will finish the pally off someday, but we're gonna do this first. I'll probably just end up finishing the pally in recorded series. Whenever I have time to record. Oh look, we got a mage doing the exact same thing that we're doing. Let's grab you. Yeah, there's just not a lot of enemies around here. Let's grab you. I guess we'll just do one of these. Can we do Deadmines? We might get the Deadmines today. It depends on what we do here, and it depends on how quickly we can do the Defias quest over in Westfall. I don't want to do Deadmines until I have the last quest. Because if we do Deadmines with how fast we level up, we're probably only going to do Deadmines once. So if we're only going to do it once, I want to have the last quest before we do it. There's some things we have to do first. We have a lot of running around we have to do, and then we have a bunch of kill quests to do in Westfall. These scouts are really busting up what I want to be doing. I really want to be gathering a bunch of these guys. Like, this mage is about to probably go in and pull everybody. Oh no, yeah, they're about to go in and pull my entire camp. I'm not fully synced up yet this morning with this character. I should be able to run in here and attack a bunch of them. Doing it with no HP was a bad idea. Oof. Okay. I need to drink some more coffee before we do anything else. The mage is like, okay, I'll do it. Yeah, nice, bro, nice. You probably had health when you went in. And you had Frost Nova off cooldown, and you had some mana. Like, you did it. You did good. Great job. That's what I meant to do. That's what we were gonna do right there. Yep, that was it. Let's go back to single target for now. We're just gonna single target some stuff until it looks like a good opportunity to actually group them up. Like, struggling to group them up isn't gonna work for me. So we're just gonna single target for a bit. Where am I from? I was born in Michigan. I currently live in Michigan. We spent some time living in Missouri. But yeah. I'm from America. Every place is basically the same place. Alright, I'm gonna focus on herbing. You know what? I don't even want to focus on these quests. I don't even want to focus on the quest. I'm gonna focus on herbing, and I'll tag some of the guys that I know we need. Like, we didn't take the cooking quest because it's low level, so I don't even think I'll bother with that. I think I'm just gonna focus on getting my herbalism skilled up and getting out of here. And if we complete some quests, like, that's fine, but I don't know if I'm gonna try too hard to focus these quests. We're still seeing a lot of Silverleaf, which is not going to help us get skill ups. It looks like all of these guys are ranged. Ranged. That's melee. We might be able to do this. We're gonna have to, like, stay in his dead zone until we get him over here. It doesn't work as well when you have ranged guys. Which we're basically, if we're pulling big areas, we're basically always gonna have a ranged person or a caster or something like that. I had the same problem when we tried, like, traditional mage AoE. It was kind of the same problem. Having any casters or any ranged in the group that you're trying to fight, like, kind of messes you up. Don't go for my herb. Oh, you... Okay, yeah, that's right. You stay away from my herb. Ooh. Killing my mobs and taking my herbs, like, I can only accept so much. Everyone has a breaking point. You can't take my mobs and my herbs. It's just not going to work out. Perkwitch, good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. Do I have a favorite class in SOD? I haven't played enough to really say. So far I've liked all the classes that I've played. That's just been Paladin, Hunter, and now the Mage. I'll probably have to play everything before I can say that I have a favorite, you know? They all seem really fun. Each class has something uniquely fun about it. Obviously for the Hunter, it's just being able to be a melee hunter with a two-handed weapon and do lots of single target damage. That's a lot of fun. On the Paladin, it was really fun to run around with a sword and board and just pull, like, big groups and be able to, like, AoE them all down with your shield and stuff like that. Like, that was a lot of fun on the Pally. And the Mage, the fun seems to be very similar, like how we can do some really good AoE. I think every class is going to have something uniquely fun about it. And usually the fun is in the way that it deviates greatly from Classic era. That's usually where the fun is, because that's where the new is. And new is typically fun. So, like, the more a spec is deviating from how it played in Classic era, it turns out, like, in SOD, the more fun that spec is. We could hit up this vendor. We have a lot of junk. But we also have a lot of stuff that's not junk. I kind of just jumped into questing this morning when I should have opened up with a little bit of fishing. Maybe we'll go do some fishing because I did mean to fish a bit to keep that skill going up. And then I just didn't do it.
You got my attention. Watch your back.
Alright, we'll take his follow-ups. After playing Paladin in SOD, you can't go back to regular Classic Paladin. It would be hard to. We just leveled the Classic Paladin on Mancrick a few months ago, all the way to 60. And from 40 to 60, that was quite a slow grind. It was very slow. And so yeah, I can see I'm glad I did that first, because yeah, it would be hard to go back and play a Classic era Pally. After playing SOD Pally. That, unfortunately though, I mean, that might be true of a lot of classes. It might be, I guess you just have to think about them as completely different classes, kind of. Because it's hard to compare them. In SOD, you just get a lot more buttons to push, typically, so that kind of pulls you into the action a little bit more. I like auto-attack builds. So I think there will always be classes in Classic era that I prefer because you can kind of rely a lot on auto-attack. Paladin is one of those classes in Classic era. And in SOD, you don't really have any... You have so many abilities, you don't have any auto-attack based. I don't know how the rogue is. Maybe the rogue is still auto-attack. But it seems like you have enough buttons to push that nobody is, like, auto-attack based. Alright, single target for now. CNET, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Somebody has just been through here and they killed everything, so any moment everything's gonna pop back up. We have a chest here. There's probably gonna be junk in it or a waylaid supply, neither of which I really need. Unless the person who came through here just missed the chest. You know, a waylaid supply, what a surprise. Wow, I called that one. Yeah, this robe is really nice. It looks like a troll, like an Amani troll robe. It doesn't look like something a human would end up wearing at all, and that's why I like it. Like, when it comes to single target on this character, I'm at a point where I'm like, what do I do? Because we haven't done a lot of single target. I guess the answer is I just keep spamming Frostbolt and hitting Fire Blast on cooldown. There's not really a lot else going on with the single target. But it's weird. We've done so much AoE that every time I'm in single target, my brain is not really sure what to do. I don't have any good, like, muscle memory for single target. It's probably time to start building that a little bit. What's wrong with the chest piece? This is a great piece of armor. There's lots of reasons why this is good. This is mild compared to a lot of cloth pieces in WoW Classic. Yeah, this is tame. Oh, I thought I thought you meant the chest piece. I was like, don't make fun of my chest piece. This is a good chest piece, and it's actually not that revealing compared to some of the chest pieces in WoW Classic. Look up the Black Netherweave set. The Black Netherweave set is a crafted set that tailors can make. That's a pretty pretty raunchy set. The Calico Tunic. Okay, yep, there's one. Yeah, there's lots of, like, pieces, especially cloth gear, but all pieces of gear that just, like, you know, they barely cover the character model. If you're playing a female character. If you're playing a male character, then obviously they cover every part of you. Obviously. Well, let's be fair, like, men don't always look good with the same cut of clothing that women do. Like, the male and female form are different. And therefore, like, the clothing cuts would need to be different for them to be considered attractive. You know what I mean? Like, a dude is not gonna necessarily look good wearing this. Not with this cut, maybe, but I don't know. No, I like the gender specificity of the clothing. I like that it changes based a little bit on race and mostly based on whether you're male or female. Now, there are some sets that are like, you can get hot pants for dudes. If you want your dude to have a set of little hot shorts, like, there are pieces of gear that are like that. But I like that it's different. Makes sense. Robes of Insight. Yeah, the Black Mage we've set. Robes of Insight. the Glorious set? I don't think I've seen that one. I'll have to... I don't know if I appreciate the derogatory term, but I'm gonna check out the set anyway. Let's be easy with the S word, though. Please and thank you. There's nothing slutty about wanting to look really good in the clothing you're wearing. I'll just say that. I'm super glad we got off on this tangent. Glorious sets. WoW Classic. Let's see. Yeah, wow. Wow, yeah, I had something similar to that in Season of Mastery. My warrior was wearing something very similar to this, but it wasn't the glorious set. It was like a variation of this. It was like purple and pink. But yeah, I've basically worn this. But yeah, that's S tier. Yeah, if you want to look, if you want to see how far 2004 Blizz was willing to go to like be sexy, then look at the glorious set. Absolutely. Okay, moving on. Yeah, I want to do a dungeon today, but I don't know if I'm going to get there today. Listen, if I keep getting sidetracked by like sexy transmog and stuff like that, we're never going to get there. I'm just like, I'm moving very slowly today. This is not a fast leveling day for me. I'm very distracted. I overslept by like a bunch. And I was up way too late, and I overslept. And I haven't had enough coffee. So like everything about today is going to probably be a little bit slower than yesterday. I would love to get to a point where we can do Deadmines. We were promised 26. You might get 26, but I don't know how long it's going to take. I'm gonna try to like focus up a little bit. Well, there's level 16. That's got to count for something. We got talent points. Ooh, okay. I need to pull up the build that we were following, because the build is kind of it's not what you'd expect. So let me Fire Mage Sod build. Let me pull this up, and we'll take a little look. Looks like it says we want everything in this row. It says I want everything in this row. It says I want everything in this row except Flame Strike. And then I want 1 point in Scorch, 3 points. Okay, so we're taking everything here. So the question is, like, what's going to be the most useful to us early on? We can, our critical strikes from fire damage spells cause the target to burn for additional damage. That could be good. Flamethrowing increases the range. I'm never going to use flamethrowing. I'm already really bad about being at my max distance. I might not ever take this, because I might never utilize this. We could try. Maybe for pulling guys that are really far away to me, I would use it. And then improved Fire Blast. Like, I don't really want this either. I think I'm going to go Ignite first. I'm going to go Ignite first. I'm going to go Fire Blast next, and then I'll go Flamethrowing last. Because, yeah, like, none of these are really going to be impactful in my moment-to-moment gameplay, obviously. The stun? Yeah, they said not to take the stun. And the fire spec I'm looking at goes 5 points into improved fireball, for all that it seems to do nothing for us. It seems to not do anything for us at all, but that's the build. It's so you would think they would go into the stun. But I don't know, maybe in a raid, stunning stuff accidentally could be troublesome, you know? Like, you don't always want stuff to stop moving. So in group content, that could be annoying. Maybe that's why they don't have you spec into it. I don't know. To me, it's weird. Alright, Urbing. We're not pulling a lot of Mage Royal and stuff. I think we're gonna head into Westfall. Let's finish up the early quest here. Let's get these done, and then we'll just get out of here. And then, you know, once we get into Westfall, we should be pulling more Mage Royal. We should be able to get Briarthorn. There should only be, like, 1 or 2 things we can't get yet. We can get Strangle Kelp, I think. We should be good. You think there'd be more Mage Royal on the east side of the Loch? Yeah, maybe stuff over there is a higher level. We'll try going to Westfall. If we're having problems, then we'll rethink it, but... So what are we at right now? We're at 97 out of 150. I'd like to get 100, but... Yeah, there could be more over that way. I would say that's a possibility because of the level differences. Not a single ear among them. Bunch of dead rat vermin, no ears. What a pity. They died for nothing. We really have to train soon too. We have level 12, level 14, and now level 16 stuff to train. It's getting to be quite an extensive list. And the worst offender is the fact that the food we have is not helping me at all. So, yeah, we probably need to buy some food also, but... you guys are both scouts. Freezer right there. That. Good, good, good. Speak to the Argenton NPC in major cities as well. Oh yeah, the stamina item. That's right. That's right. It's a pretty decent boost to your stamina too, from what I recall. And actually, if I go stand in Stormwind for any amount of time at all, I should grab a couple of world buffs before we head into Westfall. If I just spend a couple minutes in Stormwind. Wayne, welcome to the stream, man. You started a Mage, that's awesome. Mage is a lot of fun. This drop rate is really bad. Part of me is tempted just to peel out and go to Westfall. We're level 16, so we're already at a point where we're probably out-leveling some of the quests. How close am I? I'm not really close on any of this stuff. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I stay here and finish these 3 quests, or should I get out of here? Part of me wants to just get out of here. Leveling gets a little bit tricky in SOD sometimes. You hit certain level brackets and you're kind of not certain whether you want to leave an area or whether it would be better to stay and get the XP. Because, like, for me, like, I'm not used to this leveling cadence, so I kind of have to feel it out as I go. Yeah, we should probably move on, huh? I feel like the drop rates here on these things it's like so bad. And we mainly came here to herb anyway. We've accomplished that for the most part. We've gotten a couple of quests done, so I feel like that's fine. My Hearthstone is set to Goldshire, so we have the flight point here. We have the flight point in Ironforge. So we're set there. We can come back and come out this way whenever we want. I think we're gonna go ahead and Hearth out of here. I think I'm gonna drop the quests. Yeah, I think I'm gonna drop the quests because I don't think we're gonna come back and do them. Sorry, things are unorthodox when you're leveling in SOD. When you're quest leveling in SOD, I feel like things get really unorthodox. Let's keep Stormpike's order because we can turn that one in. Let's go visit our mage trainer here and see what all we can learn. Mitosh, you don't have to do that, man. I appreciate the thought. I appreciate the thought, but we'll be okay. Even if we can't get world buffs, we're so strong. Like, world buffs is kind of, it would probably make it kind of ridiculous. If we get them in Stormwind, then that's fine. If not, then we'll move on. We might make a stop in Stormwind depending on a couple of things. Alright, we just learned a bunch of stuff. I don't know how much of it is going to be useful. Let's get Arcane, our Intellect 2 out to the bar. We got Conjure Food Rank 2 can finally come out. Let's get rid of those. See, we're still making 10 per cast. I feel like they upped the amount that you conjure in Sod. I just feel like they straight up upped the amount that you conjure. Oh, we got Arcane Explosion at some point and I didn't even notice. Maybe we just trained it. We probably just trained it. Where do I want this? I'm running out of buttons. Let's put it here. Slow Fall, meh. Dampen Magic, okay. Dampen Magic is good when you come up against casters. Frost Armor 2, Fireball, Fire Blast 2 can come out. We got Flame Strike, but I really don't think we're going to be using a lot of Flame Strike. And I think that's it. Yeah, Slow Fall still requires Light Feathers, yep. We have to go to Stormwind anyway because we have to pick up the quest for the compass. So I think let's go to Stormwind. We'll make a little stop there. And then we'll move on to Westfall. We should do some alchemy. I think we should do some alchemy while we're in Stormwind. And we'll probably get to a point where we don't need a lot of this stuff anymore. Yeah, we're gonna work on alchemy. We should basically be able to like power level it at this point. What is this? The Westfall Deed. Okay, that's not really gonna get us a lot of XP at this point because it's a lower level quest, but we'll turn it in anyway. Sticksville, thanks for checking out the stream and hanging out with us today. I appreciate that. The tents in Turtle WoW are much better. They should have made the sleeping bag the same way the tents in Turtle WoW work. Which is just like, it starts giving you rested XP. You just start seeing your rested XP bar starts to fill up. It's very cool. And in Turtle WoW you can use anybody's tent, so typically someone will put a tent up right outside the gates. And then you'll see like hundreds of people standing under the tent to fill their rested XP bar up. You just like park your character there, walk away for 10 minutes, have a sandwich, and then come back and you have full bars of rested. It's really cool. Yeah, 3% doesn't exactly, 3% doesn't matter with the buff. That's why I wish it gave rested XP instead. Because if it gave rested XP, then it would definitely be good to stack with the buff. You would want to stack the rested XP as much as you could. You'd want to be under a tent when you were just chilling. Let's check out the Argent Dawn guy. One of these guys has an item for us.
Can I help you?
Give me one of your magic items.
See you around.
Thank you, girl. I appreciate it. Increase stamina for 1 hour. There we go. Okay, let's go. We could respec that one talent point that we kind of messed up. That's a possibility. Alchemy is in the Mage Quarter, obviously. Let's go do some alchemy. What mouse do I use for WoW? I use the Logitech G300? G600. They don't make it anymore. Oh yeah, it's a 12-button Logitech mouse. And it's the best mouse ever made, and it changed my life when it came to playing MMOs, because I was someone who really struggled to hit anything beyond my 5th key. I could use tilde through 5, and I could hit R, and that was about all I could do. And so, like, MMOs were, like, challenging for me from a perspective of once I had too many abilities, I wasn't good at playing the class. And the Logitech mouse really, like, changed my life. It sounds stupid to say, like I'm being dramatic, but it literally changed the way playing MMOs felt. It went from feeling kind of arduous to just feeling really good and natural. I would recommend everybody at least have 6 side buttons on their mouse that they can easily push. If you play MMOs, you gotta have at least 6 side buttons that you can easily push with your thumb. It's a life changer. Yeah, you don't have to be in Stormwind long. If you hang out in Stormwind for even a moment, you will get the world buffs. They just go off all the time. I don't really know what controls it because I'm not a smart person, but for whatever reason, world buffs are dropping constantly. All right, let's see. We have alchemy supplies. Let's buy a bunch of vials, and let's crank out some alchemy. Yeah, we should be able to do. Let's try to guarantee some skill points. Oh, we need Briarthorn. We have a bunch of the minor healing potions, but now we need Briarthorn. We have enough money that if we want to, we can spend some money on the auction house to help us with our alchemy. I don't know if we'll need to, but we definitely have the money to if we want. Live Life Strong, you think that I use Fireball after opening with Frost Fireball, and that's what the rotation looks like. That way the Frost Firebolts over time effect can run off. You think so? You think like if on single target I want to open with Frost Fire and then I start spamming Fireball until the Frost Fire effect is off, and then maybe I refresh that? That would make sense why I'm speccing into making my Fireball cast faster. So yeah, we'll have to, once we get into this, I mean, I don't think a lot of this is going to matter until we're level 50 or so. Once we're level 50 or so, then we'll have to figure out like what's our optimum single target rotation, what's our best multi-target rotation. But that's a good piece of information for me to like keep in the back of my head for now. And maybe I can kind of start working that in. The problem is I'm kind of running out of hotbars. Speaking of hotbars and having buttons that I can push easily, I'm running out of space already, which is kind of nuts. I can clear some of this stuff off, but it's nice to be able to click this stuff easily between fights. Okay, let's see, what else can we learn?
Hello.
Are we gonna end up with a lot of herbs that we don't need? Yeah, it looks like we're basically capped out on alchemy right now. Until we start getting Briarthorn, Strangle Kelp, Mage Royal. So yeah, right now there's not a lot we can do. We have a bunch of herbs. I'm gonna put these in the bank unless they sell for a lot on the auction house. Let's go over here. I'm going to grab that respec, and we're just going to get that point out of the frost tree and get it over into the fire tree is all we have to do. It's just one point that I messed up. Briarthorn is usually cheap. It's bruiseweed that's normally higher. So if we need to buy a bunch of Briarthorn to level up alchemy, we can. And we may have to. Depending on how much we find out in the wild, we may have to buy a little bit. I guess we'll see. I don't know if it's really worth it to do any of the mage quests. I don't really care if we do them or not.
Safe travels.
I'll turn that one in for some XP. Let's go ahead and unlearn our talents. 10 silver. 10 silver is not bad. Okay, so we're going Fireball. It was only 1 point that I had spent in Frost, so this is not gonna really affect much. Let's just go into Ignite like we were doing. Alright. That is fine. can we learn portals yet? I think that's level 20 that we can get. Ironforge and Stormwind are level 20, and then Darnassus is level 30. Make a video about fishing and try to fish the sea turtle mounts? Is there a sea turtle mount in Classic Era that you fish out of the waters? That seems like a 1 in a million thing to fish up, right? Speaking of fishing, let's do a little bit of fishing. I meant to start the stream with some fishing and I didn't do it. I hope you guys don't mind that I do a little bit of it right here at the docks. I just want to get some skill ups. We won't do it for too long, but I want to be able to keep fishing going so we can fish up those rare fish. I don't know if we'll ever fish up a turtle mount. That seems insane, but I'd like to be able to fish stuff while we're waiting for boats and just like to sell stuff on the auction house. Maybe there's some fish that sell well. Obviously, it's also a way to, we could pick like a more picturesque area. We could at least see some human activity if we fish in this direction. Watch people run back and forth over the bridge. Something to look at least. Yeah, I went there really early on the last mage we played. It was, it must have been the Anniversary Realm mage. I went to Darnassus at level like 23 or something, hoping I can grab the portal, only to find out that we can't grab it until level 30. It was hugely disappointing. Any current day mouse I'd recommend? I haven't shopped for one recently, but like my biggest advice would be find one with 6 to 12 side buttons. Like, basically, find something that looks kind of like this. Find something with a bunch of buttons on the side that you can hit easily with your thumb. Corsair has a couple, Razer has a couple, Logitech has some, but they don't make the same exact mouse, but they have a couple that are similar to it. And also, like, I don't trust wireless mice, so I always make sure that I get a wired mouse. I don't use any wireless peripherals, because I don't trust wireless to, like, keep me going, keep me connected. Is Paladin my favorite class in WoW overall? I would say Paladin is probably my favorite class fantasy in WoW. Depending on the version and stuff, like I have a lot of fun with so many different classes that from a gameplay perspective, it's hard to say that I have a favorite class. But I would say Paladin is a class that I'm really drawn to for its class fantasy. The mouse is a brick. It's not that big. It's actually pretty big, but listen, I'm 6'4" and I'm a bigger person. So for me, like, and like that was another thing. A lot of mouse, like this is gonna sound weird, so keep it in context. A lot of mice feel too small in my hand. This mouse feels perfect in my hand. It's bulbous enough that my hand fits on it, and that's all I'll say. It's very comfortable for me. I don't think my hand is like any larger than most people's hands, but I always had a problem with like small mice. It's huge. Well, I guess whether or not it's huge is a matter of perspective and opinion. Like I said, I'm 6'4". I'm a bigger person, so for me it works. Maybe not everybody needs such a big mouse. I don't know. Yeah, in real life, I'm basically the guy from Reacher. That's basically exactly what I look like in real life. In your old job fired, you wonder if they thought I would throw them through a wall? Yes, because being a large person immediately means that you're physically violent. Yeah, if you see a dude who's buff, it definitely means that he's a physically violent person. That's why people are buff. That's how it works. The bigger a person, the more physically violent they are. That's what I've heard. That kind of shit's why dudes can't catch a break. I mean, yeah, people probably do look at me in real life and assume that I'm the kind of person who would throw them through a wall. I don't know. I'm a angry-looking, big, bald white guy with a beard, so obviously, like, I'm stereotyped into being just like probably a violent asshole when people see me in real life. It's called strategic deterrence. Exactly. I have been guzzling my coffee this morning. I'm gonna have to get more coffee soon. I might have to refill my coffee before we go to Westfall. What are we at? We're at fishing 44. Let's try to get to 50 at least today. Oh my god, Stormwind music! Blow my eardrums out. Stop it. There we go. My fish got... Okay, I'm really sick of my fish getting away. Let's buy... Oh, we can't use night crawlers yet? Requires 50. Okay, let's get a shiny bauble. Let's buy that recipe because we don't have that one yet. Let's buy that recipe because we don't have that one yet. I hate it when we're sitting here and like every single fish is getting away. I won't allow it. Don't let me forget to stop at my bank. We have a bunch of stuff we have to stash. I'm gonna try to sell the herbs, but if we can't sell them, we'll put them in the bank. Am I a big reader? I go through spurts of reading a lot, and then I go through periods where I'm not reading anything. Right now I've been listening to audiobooks instead of reading because I'm a lazy person. Anything by Brandon Sanderson. Yeah, like my new thing is like reading every Sanderson book over and over again. Read the Mistborn trilogy, the first Mistborn trilogy, if you want a really good, just an amazing trilogy set in a very unique world. Where you can tell, like, from the very beginning, the writer knows what the ending is going to be, but you don't know. So, like, you'll get to see all these big reveal moments. Mistborn trilogy. And it's like, they're not hard reads. Like, Sanderson books are really smooth reads. He has a very good writing style. He uses just the right amount of words to let you imagine what's happening in fight scenes, to let you see what's happening in the environments. He uses the perfect amount of words, and that's not too verbose. It doesn't leave you wondering. Like, he has a real skill for saying exactly what needs to be said to let the reader kind of fill in everything. You've already read it? Yeah, you've read it. It is amazing, right? All of his books are like that. There's only a couple of Sanderson books at this point that I haven't read, and most of those are standalones or short stories. Right now I'm going back with the audiobooks and I'm listening to the Stormlight Archive again. I've read the whole Stormlight Archive, and now I'm going back and I'm listening to it in the audiobooks, and that's been really cool. Because it's kind of been giving me like a different perspective on something that I'm already familiar with, and it's like helping me fill in some blanks in the world and stuff. Alright, we are at 50, but I have some time left on my bauble. I think I'll probably fish for a little bit more until the bauble runs out. And we'll just see how far we get. Yeah, if you haven't read any Stormlight yet, you're in for a real treat. And I would say you can read Stormlight as its own thing. It helps to read Mistborn first, like at least the first Mistborn trilogy, because all of Sanderson's adult fantasy novels are in the same universe. So they're all in a universe called the Cosmere, and like each of them is happening on a different planet in the Cosmere, Some of them are happening at slightly different times. Some of them are kind of congruous. But to get a fuller idea of like what's going on in the greater universe, it kind of helps to read Mistborn first, but you don't have to. You know, you can just read Stormlight and you can fully enjoy Stormlight, but you get a lot more context about like the greater workings of the Cosmere if you've read Mistborn first. And I was muted. Fun times. Sanderson's your favorite writer right now. Once he becomes your favorite writer, you will never find another favorite writer. That's kind of the curse of Sanderson. Is like once you start reading a lot of Sanderson, if you're a person that likes it a lot, it's really hard to pick up things written by other people. Like he may have ruined me for other fantasy books. I could probably still read other things. Like I still enjoy a good Stephen King novel from time to time because it's not fantasy. But I think for fantasy books, I think Sanderson's probably ruined me. Thankfully, he can write books really fast. So it's like even if I run out of books to read, which I still have a couple, I know there's another secret project book coming out later this year, so like there's always going to be something on the horizon because he can crank these books out. It's kind of ridiculous. He finished Wheel of Time. Yeah, Sanderson finished Wheel of Time after Jordan died. I never finished Wheel of Time because I stopped reading Wheel of Time when Jordan was still writing them because the writing got so bad. I think it was book 10 or book 11 that I just decided like I couldn't read Wheel of Time anymore. It was way too convoluted. There were way too many side characters, B-list characters. There were way too many villains with their own plots. And then around book 10 or 11, the writing just took a turn for the worse. I think that like he had stopped writing them a while before he died. And I think his wife was doing a lot of the writing based on his notes. Because yeah, it was book 10 or 11 or somewhere after Winter's Heart that it just got really awful. And so I never got to finish Wheel of Time, even though I heard that the Sanderson Wheel of Time books were really amazing. Like part of me just wants to go back and, even though I don't remember everything that was happening, part of me wants to go back and just read the Sanderson Wheel of Time books to finish it. But like I said, I'd already stopped reading it. Like Wheel of Time was one of those things that like there's two different kinds of stories. There's the story where when the writer begins writing, he knows what's going to happen through the story. He knows what the beginning is, he knows what the middle looks like, and more importantly, he knows exactly how the story is supposed to conclude. And when a writer is working like that, the story is coherent. Wheel of Time is one of those series where he was just writing them book to book. How many books can I crank out? How many things can the characters do? And it never felt like there was a coherent beginning, middle, and end. There was a coherent middle. There was the beginnings of a coherent like interlude, and then like the ending. As we get into the later books, it just feels like the story and the characters it's all just being dragged out indefinitely. It just becomes too long. You know, when you're 13 books in and you haven't finished a story, that's too many books. You know, it's like I like what Sanderson did with Stormlight. So the Stormlight archive is probably going to be like 10 or 20 books, but he's doing it in different eras. So books 1 through 5 tell a story of one point in time in Stormlight, and then the next Stormlight series is going to happen 10 years later. It's going to have some different characters to focus on and some different story to focus on. It's going to be set in a different era of that universe, which is better than just having the same story drag out with the same characters for 15 books. It's just too much. Oh, but yeah. Let's do this cast and then let's go to the bank, let's go to the auction house, and let's actually go, I could stand here and talk about stuff all day, but we should probably play the game a little bit. Could be good. Could be good. I don't think there's... Oh yeah, you know what? We need to go pick up the quest from the Cathedral of Light. Let me go grab this quest before I completely forget to grab it. It was one of the reasons why I came to Stormwind to begin with, so... Let's go do that. Esme, welcome to the stream. Good afternoon, good evening to you. Hope you're doing well today. Maybe we should do this too. First aid. Let's do first aid. We should be able to grab heavy linen. I don't think we'll make it into wool.
Hey there.
King's honor.
Can we get heavy at 40? Yes, we can. Okay, we don't need to make those yet. Let's make the regular ones until it turns green, and if it goes green, then we'll switch over. But right now, we just want to get as many skill ups as we can. I wish I could open up multiple profession windows without it closing out the current profession. I wish I could have first aid going and pull up cooking just to look at it. But as soon as you pull up any other crafting window, it closes the one you have open. Sometimes I just want to look ahead. Do I like leveling better or endgame content? No, I need them both. I don't like either of them more. I like them both equally, and what I'm learning is that I need a pretty good balance of both of those things. Endgame stuff, like I think endgame stuff is best enjoyed a couple of nights a week once you're well geared, and I think for me like leveling the rest of the time is best, and then just doing endgame stuff like 2 times a week. But I wouldn't say that I like either of them more, because I think for me to enjoy WoW, both of those things are really, really important. It's when I do one to the exclusion of the other that I burn out. Like Dragonflight Season 3, 4, and leading into War Within, I focused exclusively on endgame stuff, and I burned myself out without knowing it. And then even doing 9 days back-to-back on the Hunter endgame, I started to burn myself out without realizing it. And so yeah, I think a balance is crucial, absolutely crucial for me, to have some kind of balance. And then what happens is, like, if I only level up for too long, and like, when I say too long, I'm talking about like months, kind of. When I only level characters, I start to get to a point where like I lose motivation, right? I think it like makes perfect sense. I start to lose motivation because I'm thinking like, well, what's my plan here? What am I going to do with the character once I get them capped? So it's really important that I have endgame aspirations and endgame enjoyment and leveling enjoyment, because I need both of them to feel complete in Azeroth. Alright, we got the quest, we did first aid. Let's hit up the bank. And the auction house. If we're done with Peace Bloom and Silverleaf, which it seems like we are as far as alchemy is concerned, we can check auction house prices. I doubt they're going to sell for very much. But let's go ahead and take a gander. Yeah, that's what happened too, is the first time I engage with the endgame, it's a lot of information to take in. It's going to be a lot smoother, obviously, on the Mage. Like, now that I know what I'm supposed to do, where I'm supposed to go, what the flow is, now it's going to be a lot easier. You're right, Mitosh. Some of the burnout could have been just that there's a lot of learning that happens at endgame, and this is true, I think, of any version of the game. Once you hit endgame, like, everything about what you do on a daily basis changes. none of your old like habits really make sense anymore. And so you really it becomes a different game, and you have to relearn how to play that game, because it just becomes different. And some people get there and like I would have done this in a vacuum. I would have got to end game and been like, okay, I have no idea what's going on. Thankfully, I'm here hanging out with you guys, and so I get to have help when I can't figure something out. But yeah, there is definitely a lot of learning that has to happen. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it to sell this stuff. Let's just shove this stuff in the bank, okay? I wonder if I'm probably going to run out of bank space. If that happens, we'll pick up a bag. But I just don't see there's a really good point in selling it for so cheap. Like, I don't need 20 silver a stack. I'd rather just keep it in case we end up needing it, or maybe it becomes more valuable at a certain point. Maybe we find waylaid supply chests and we can fill them with the herbs and we can get a bit more bonus XP. Who knows? Anything could happen. Let's see if we can store most of them. I want to stash the potions too, because we need to hang on to these for later, but we don't need them all in our bags. Yeah, that fit. That's pretty good. I think we can probably sell like some of the fortitude stuff. I'll stash a couple, but I think I can save some and sell some, and that looks pretty good. Cooking, yeah, we do have some stuff to cook. Let's see. Well, the only thing we can really get skill ups from is the mud snappers. Let's see if we can find a convenient cooking fire. Oftentimes people will leave these out. Not seeing one today. Alright, we'll do it.
What can I do for you?
We'll do it for the benefit of everybody. We'll go out here and we will make a cooking fire. There you go, people. Rejoice. You can cook food again. Let's do the greens first. We might get a skill up or two here. Did I make a bank alt on this realm? I think I have a bank alt. Pretty sure I have a bank alt. I don't even know if I parked them in Stormwind yet, but I think I made them. I'll have to buy that bank alt a bunch of big bags, put all those bags in the bank, and then actually start sending stuff to that bank alt. That'd be a great idea at this point. Okay, I think that's everything. We have a couple of things to vendor. Alchemy is good, herbalism is good, cooking is good, first aid is meh, fishing is kind of meh. Like, I should probably have trained the next rank of this. And in fact, I think I will go train the next rank of it before we leave. I want to sell a couple of these stacks of the fortitude potion because I don't need a bunch of stacks of this. Let's keep 5 of them for now. All the cooked food we can sell. I think we can eventually cook these bristle whisker catfish, but by the time we do... Yeah, level 100. Okay, so yeah, soon-ish. We need to keep a hold of the herbs. And I think that looks pretty good.
Be careful.
We can learn the rainbow fin albacore. Okay, it doesn't get much cleaner than that. Especially when you're me. That looks pretty good. Let's go grab the next rank of fishing, just in case we do some fishing in Westfall. I don't want to get to a point where we hit 75 and we're capped out. I said I would take my time with this character and that I would try to make sure we're doing smart things and keeping our professions going, so I am kind of moving a bit slowly. I hope that doesn't really bother anybody too much that we spend all this time in town sometimes. But spending time in town is a good way to like slow down and make sure that we're accomplishing all of our goals along the way, you know? Was that an undead swarm in the city? It absolutely was. Yeah, I think it's part of the Nax event that went into the game when Naxxramas was added. I think occasionally people either Scourge out or these guys invade. I can't tell what's happening if people are becoming Scourge or if Scourge are invading from somewhere external. Or if it's a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. Let's run back here and we have a couple of quests back here to turn in actually. And then maybe while we're back here we grab the external Deadmines quests, just so we have them in our log. Dwarven District has smog problems. They really got to get somebody out here to look at this situation. I feel like my character should put a mask on before we come here.
Talk to me. Walk with you. Hey, good. Well met. Keep your feet on the ground. What can I do for you? Say what's that?
What's my reason for not being interested in the 20th anniversary realms anymore? It's not that I'm not interested, but I was always ready to play TBC. When they announced the anniversary realms, I was hoping that they would move them right to TBC. Keep in mind, like a little bit of background, we had just leveled up a vanilla paladin on Mankrik all the way to 60. I'd been streaming like 4 or 5 hours a day every day, and we got this paladin to level 60, and then right after that they announced that they were gonna have a fresh start realm. So I was always hoping, hey, fresh start, I hope they open up some TBC realms. And in a way, they did. You know, they promised us TBC, but we have to start with vanilla era. And basically, the long story short, I'm in the TBC waiting room. TBC is the content that I want to play on the anniversary realms, and that content's not out yet. So for now, like, I got my warrior at level 50. They're chilling at 50. They're fine. I know that when the pre-patch comes out for TBC, I'm gonna want to play some Draenei Shaman. And so I'm just in the TBC waiting room is all. Yeah, they're still there, you know, and that warrior will probably be the warrior that we take through the Dark Portal when the Dark Portal opens. But I'm just not in a hurry to play a bunch of Vanilla Era because I don't have anything at endgame I'm going to do in Vanilla Era. And I've always been very open about talking about how in Vanilla Era I don't do endgame. Because, I just don't find it super interesting. I don't really like the big raid sizes, and in Vanilla Era that's really all that there is, are the bigger raid sizes. So yeah, we're just waiting for TBC. Yeah, the characters that you're leveling up in the vanilla on the anniversary realms, those are the characters that are going to be there when TBC releases. And that's what a lot of people are waiting for. We're waiting for the vanilla fresh start realms to roll into TBC, essentially. That's going to happen sometime in the autumn or winter of this year. Autumn or winter 2025 is the soft date for TBC on the anniversary realms. So yeah, if I want to, I can just let the character sit there until the pre-patch comes out, then we can get the last 10 levels in the TBC pre-patch, and we can be ready to go through the Dark Portal a few weeks later. And that's what we're doing. I'm looking forward to doing my Draenei Shaman, because Shaman in TBC, I'm pretty sure we can build a two-handed enhancement spec for leveling. I don't think we'll be able to do that with endgame stuff, but I think while leveling we can build a fun two-handed enhancement spec in TBC. So yeah, I'm looking forward to revisiting the Shaman in TBC. Yeah, exactly. Mitosh has a really good point too. Even if you get to endgame on the vanilla era realms and you do a bunch of endgame stuff and you get like all your epics, a bunch of epics, TBC was when the saying came about, green is the new purple. And that means there was such a scaling jump in the gear in TBC that even if you had some of the best epics in vanilla era, a lot of those best epics you would replace basically with the first greens you got in Outland. So like there isn't even really a good reason to farm up a bunch of gear, park your character to be ready for TBC, because you're going to replace all that gear instantly with greens that are much, much better in a lot of cases. The only exception to that might be some like tier set bonuses may be useful to hang on to while leveling. I don't really know. But yeah, so, you know, I'm just not interested in regular vanilla era endgame. Never have been. Yeah, I definitely prefer TBC for endgame. TBC is kind of like, I don't want to say a pinnacle of endgame for me, but it's a very, very good endgame state. I like having the heroic 5-mans. I love having the heroic 5-mans to go after my dungeon set. That's a great way to get your dungeon set, do your heroics, get your dungeon set to drop, get all your dungeon set, then you're ready to start doing raids. I really like that flow. That flow is common sense. It's not like some of the things we've seen in SOD that are like you have to kind of read a guide to figure out where to get the gear, where to turn in the tokens. In TBC, things are really straightforward, and I really like the inclusion of 5-man heroic content. So yeah, TBC, Wrath, those are really good endgame states for me. What I really liked in Wrath Classic was when they started to add the difficulty modifiers to 5-mans, and you could basically do what were equivalent of like mythic 5-mans in Wrath Classic. I regret that I didn't play more of that content because that was challenging 5-man content with good rewards. And I really hope that they start looking at stuff like that. I was disappointed that they didn't seem to do that for Cataclysm, because in Wrath it was such a good thing to have. And they did like 4 different difficulty ranks of it. I think it was Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, or maybe just Alpha, Beta, Gamma. And they just got progressively harder and had better rewards. I love 5-man progression. I love being able to gear up and do 5-man content. It sounds like Mythic Keys. Yeah, the Wrath 5-man stuff was kind of similar to Mythics. And the difficulty came in the form of like modifiers to the run. Some mobs would get new abilities, some mobs would deal bonus damage, the mobs would have more health, stuff like that. It was like Mythic Light. And yeah, I would love to see more stuff like that for 5-man content. In all versions of Classic.
You need something?
Yes, we get Blood Elves and Draenei in TBC. Mitosh, do you think you guys will check out Mist of Pandaria at all, or is there like no interest in raiding in Mist? By you guys, I mean you and your guild, obviously. I sense there's very little chance you guys will play retail anytime soon. But I wonder if Endgame and other versions has any appeal to you. Because you guys seem to be like... you guys seem to be pretty pro at raiding and getting stuff done. So I just wonder, like, what happens to guilds like yours once there's no more raiding to do in SOD, you know? Some of the guys are interested. Yeah, I would love to play Mists. And if you guys go play Mist, I'd love to hang out. It'd be nice to get in on the ground floor with some raiding. Like if you guys went and played Mist, and I would play Mist, and then I would kind of be more equivalent to the progress, and not like feeling like I'm forever playing catch up. Hell, I might even get ahead of some people in the guild. Stranger things have happened. I'm just aimlessly wandering around while we talk. I need to be focusing a little bit more, but we'll see how that goes. I will never run a guild again. Here's my one caveat with guilds. I will never run a guild again. There's a story about what happened to the guild that I had on Mankrik. I don't think it's a story I'm going to tell today. But even with that guild, I said up front that I wouldn't run the guild, that I didn't want to have a leadership role in the guild, because I wasn't sure like how much of that version of the game I was going to play. And yeah, it's just like, ultimately I regretted even having the guild be really related to me. You know, the guild was named the Wrathful Ramblers. I wasn't raiding with them. A lot of the people in the guild at that point didn't really even know who I was. And I was at a point with that guild where I was about to ask them to like kind of disband and remake a different guild. And then that problem actually took care of itself quite suddenly. So I will never be part of creating a guild again. I don't want to be a founder. I don't want to be a co-founder. I don't want to be a leader. I don't want to have my name associated with it. I don't want it to be associated with the channel in any way. I learned my lesson with the Mankrik guild. Luckily, like, things didn't get too bad. There wasn't too much drama, but things got to a point where I wish I had never started that guild. Yeah, we just find one. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. If we just find one. It'd be cool if your boys wanted to come over and like some of them were interested in playing, so we'd have like a base group. But yeah, let's just find a guild as some players looking for a guild, not as a YouTuber starting a guild, not as a personality guild. Like, I don't want anything like that. It was a big mistake that I didn't fix soon enough on Mankrik, and I don't want to repeat it. Proud member of the Ramblers. Yeah, Dragon's Bane, sorry, man. Like, some dumb stuff happened with that guild, and I was a little bit too late to do what I wanted, which I really wanted the guild to reform under a different name because I wasn't playing and the guild really had nothing to do with me anymore. And then unfortunately that took care of itself in a quite a negative way. I think what happened with that guild is like, well, this is what happened. Some of the leaders of that guild, I think that over time they just got kind of angry that I didn't play that version of the game anymore. Maybe they felt abandoned. Maybe they felt betrayed. Even though I was pretty honest the whole time about how I wasn't going to raid lead, how I probably wouldn't raid a lot. I think they just kind of like started to resent me over time. And that was only some of them, because a lot of people in the guild didn't even know who I was. But I think the core members of that guild, like, I think they just started to resent me over time. That's why the guild leader of that guild is now a character called Trash Keeper. And I had to pull all my characters out of the guild. Yeah, that was the Horde guild, yeah. Dust to dust. That's what happened to the guild, dust to dust. Yep. Basically, like, they decided that they wanted to merge with a different guild, which would have been absolutely fine. In fact, I would have preferred that. As I said, I was on the verge of asking them to drop guild and reform a different guild without my name in it. And so they wanted to merge with a different guild, which was cool. Unfortunately, Alex and a couple of the leaders of the guild decided to take every single item out of the guild bank. They decided to take every single thing out of the guild bank from the people that were going to stay in the guild. And then they also did not relinquish guild leader of the guild to a real character. Alex sent guild lead to a character he made called Trash Keeper. He made that character the leader of the guild, and now the guild is dead. And so even the people who wanted to stay in the community and hang out with the guild, they really can't do it. And I was forced to pull all my characters out. So yeah. Basically, I will never trust anyone to run a guild for me. I don't want to be associated with running a guild. I will not have any guild be related to anything I do ever again. And the way I interact with people with that stuff is now wholly different. because it was like a group of people that I thought were just like solid people that for whatever their own personal reasons just ended up being a bunch of assholes. So, and that kind of led me to the conclusion, like, everybody can be an asshole under certain circumstances, and everybody will turn into an asshole under those circumstances, and you don't know what those circumstances are going to be. I don't know the string of internal thoughts that led Alex from being a cool dude who was running a guild that kind of had my name in it, and he was just doing guild stuff, focused on the game, and then suddenly he decides he wants to leave the guild, but not only that, he wants to raid the guild bank and then leave a character called Trash Keeper as the guild leader. I don't know what takes like a seemingly cool person and turns them into a complete dick. My suspicion is he was probably a complete dick the whole time, and I was not really able to discern that through stream, through a parasocial relationship. And so yeah, long story short, never again. Never again. Burn me once, shame on you. Burn me twice, fucking shame on me. Yeah, exactly. They should have merged with another guild. In fact, like I said, I kept putting off. I wanted to reach out to the officers and ask them to reform under a different banner. And I just kept putting it off and putting it off. So that's not what upsets me. That was a good choice. Let's merge with this other guild. The shitty part was taking everything out of the guild bank from the people that wanted to stay, feeling like he was entitled to that stuff, and then leaving the guild leader under a level 1 alt called Trash Keeper. Was just like, the guy clearly had some personal problems with me that developed parasocially in his own mind that had nothing to do with me, because we weren't friends and we didn't talk. So like, whatever his problems with me were, it just was something that he developed that grew like a fucking seed in his own mind until he thought like he was entitled to take everything from the guild and leave a character named Trash Keeper. Like, you know, it's just like that kind of despicableness, like that shit lives inside of a person. It doesn't just come into being. Like, whatever that is about him was always there, and it was just waiting to come out. And there's no way I could have known. And so therefore the alternative is like, just don't trust people. Like, it's not worth it to put anything like that in other people's hands. Tim, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate that. You caught me in the middle of a long and emotional diatribe. Let's see. There we go. Pocket watch. I'm like all over the place here and not doing anything in an order that is efficient or logical. So you guys may have noticed that. We're kind of looking for handfuls of oats, but I've been failing like really bad at finding handfuls of oats. Apparently so far we have one. Tawin, thank you for the membership, man. Much appreciated. It's nice to see you in green. You look good in green. No oats around here. Oh my Jesus. I don't have the quest for them yet either. I should type up that story about the guild and send it to Old Boy for drama time. Maybe I can make it onto an episode of drama time with that story. Does Preach still do drama time? I'm sure he does. Dragon's Bane with the $10. Perkwitch with the $10. Guys, you are incredibly generous. Thank you very much for being here today. It's very kind of you both. May Alex and his Trash Keeper have the life they deserve. Fucking exactly. Exactly. Like, unbelievable. I like, you know, like I said, we weren't friends. We didn't talk and chat like off stream or anything, but this is a guy who'd been around the channel for like almost 2 years, was a moderator on the channel, and like I should have sensed that something was off, because like slowly he kind of stopped showing up to the streams. There were a couple times he would show up to the streams and it was obvious that he didn't really appreciate the version of the game I was playing. And he would come in with like some snarky comments, and I would kind of shut him down. Like I would shut down the snark kind of gently. And that should have been like a red flag. It was a red flag to me that I knew was a red flag and that I ignored. And that was my fault, you know. Like I said, he just came in, like, I think it was that he wanted me to be interested in the version of the game that he was interested in, and the longer that I stayed away from that version and the more shit I talked about it, he just developed this really negative attitude towards me and this hatred towards me. And I kind of sensed it when he would come in and say, oh, you're playing hardcore, you do, and I'd like kind of shut it down and I'd just kind of ignore it. There were a couple of times when I hovered over him in the moderator list and I almost removed him as a moderator a couple times. There were a couple times when I hovered over his name in Discord and almost took away his admin privileges in Discord because of those interactions, and I didn't do it. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt. I said, you know, maybe I'm sensing something that isn't there, but the reality is I was sensing something real. And I should have acted on those senses, and I could have stopped a lot of bullshit, like, much, much earlier on. You know, lessons learned. Trust my instincts more when it comes to people's shitty behavior. And then maybe I can prevent, you know, guild banks from being pillaged. But luckily, I'm just never going to put myself in that position again. It was a tough lesson, but one I'm fine with learning now. That was a Kata guild. That was a guild that we made in Wrath, you know, for Kata, and I raided with them a little bit at the opening part of Kata. And I did a couple raids, and then I realized that, like, I had done those raids so much in Kata, and I had forgotten, and it just wasn't fun for me, because it was all content that I'd seen a billion times before. I didn't really want to be tanking. To be honest, there were some skill issues early on, and I didn't have a lot of patience for some of the skill issues that were happening, so I raided a couple times, and I decided I didn't want to raid weekly. Which shouldn't have been a surprise to anybody, because, like, I wasn't doing a lot of endgame then. But yeah, I think there was just some, like, anger over time that I had stopped playing, even though I was always open and honest about the fact that I probably wouldn't do a ton of endgame in Cataclysm. Like, I endlessly talked about how it was my least favorite version of the game.
What can I do for you? Safe travels. Be careful. Well met. See you around.
Mitash, thank you so much for the $10 super. Very much appreciated, my friend. Very much appreciated. Inventory. I think I'm not going to vendor anything for right now, because a lot of the stuff we need is like animal parts and things. I don't want to vendor the wrong animal parts. So I'm going to take advantage of the big inventory space and just hold on to everything until we get all these quests done. Which at the pace that I'm going, we'll get all these quests done in like 10 hours. 10 hours from now. A failed attempt. Okay, so we can get bruiseweed. There was an herb up to the north that I couldn't get. I don't remember what it was. We can get bruiseweed. We should be able to get briarthorn. They're still dropping peace bloom. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. Let's head down to Sentinel Hill and just grab all the quests before we really get into anything. Since we have a big inventory, we don't have to worry about prioritizing these first. We can kind of grab all the quests and run around, and we can do whatever while we're herbing. Mainly our priority is herbing, obviously. And unfortunately, at some point, we're probably going to have to run out to Redridge today, because we'll have to go talk to Wiley for the Defias chain. And stupidly, the last time we were in the eastern part of Elwyn, I did not go to Redridge and grab the flight point, so we're going to have to make a run. Gonna have to make a bit of a run. Kodiak, just go play on the PvE realm, man. Stop waiting for the PvP realm to let you make an alliance character, bro. It's gonna be fine. Just unless you got friends that play there, like real life friends, or you have a guild waiting for you, just go play on Wildgrowth. You don't need to play on the PvP server. You really don't, and you probably don't want to play on the PvP server. Like, just come make a character somewhere else. Yeah, just make a character on Wildgrowth, man. Because then you're gonna get to play the game, and you're gonna be much happier than not being able to play the game, right? Anger, AOT, anger over time. Wayne, I like that as a description of that phenomenon. Like, somebody getting angrier and angrier at you over time, even though you haven't interacted, like that seed that grows in them, that for some reason, like everything you do, even though you're not interacting with the person, everything you do starts to anger them more and more. Like, every time dude saw me on a stream or saw a content piece go live on the Discord, he probably got angrier and angrier and angrier at me. Like, even though we weren't interacting and I had done nothing wrong. It's crazy. The fucked up thing is that he probably still lurks sometimes.
What can I do?
That's the fucked up thing.
Be careful. Go with honor, friend, or the Alliance. Light bless you. Greetings for the Alliance.
I lived rent-free in his head, yeah. I lived rent-free in his head, but then he stole all the stuff from my guild bank and took over the guild with a tune called Trash Keeper, so I would say he came out on top of that one. I had to pull my characters out of my namesake guild.
Need help?
I couldn't even G disband. So I think he won that one, unfortunately. I could have acted a lot sooner and prevented it, but I didn't. Yeah, I mean, somebody can act cool and still be a fucking vile person, you know, when they're nudged the wrong way. Somebody can be cool but still be a fucking complete dick whenever they feel like they've been pushed the wrong way, you know? Some people just have certain things wrong with them. Things that are always going to be there. Things that are always going to be a problem. And I think with him, it was just like he had some expectations that like he just shouldn't have had with me. My best advice would be like, if you're watching a dude play video games on the internet, don't have any expectations of them. If you're watching a 40-year-old spend their time playing WoW all day, like, you probably don't want to have a lot of expectations of that person, except to hang out and have a chill time. But that's probably all you can really hope for. Yeah, I did. I made it really clear. I said endless times how I didn't want to raid lead, how I didn't want to guild lead, how I wasn't going to be active in Discord, how I wasn't going to be active in guild chat. I made it very clear. From the day we made the guild, from like every day after that, I talked about it. I don't think I could have been more clear. That's one thing I don't have a regret about. I don't look back and think, damn, I should have been more clear about what my role was going to be with this guild. No, I told them flat out that I probably wouldn't raid a lot. And when I was done raiding, when I knew I wasn't going to raid anymore, I was very open with it then. And that was at the very beginning of Cataclysm. I decided I wasn't going to raid right away. I just wasn't having fun with it. It wasn't during a time of day that worked for me. Like, everybody wanted to raid in the evenings, and like, I don't want to play in the evenings. I have other stuff. I'm hanging out with my family in the evenings. And so yeah, like, I was pretty clear. There's nothing else I could have done. Nothing else I could have done. It was good because it was part of the impetus for like switching everything over to the EU realms. Like, everything I do from now on is going to be over here anyway. This is when I'm going to be able to raid. If I want to raid, the EU realms are where I have to do it, because I want to raid during the middle of my day. And I don't want to raid in my evening time, so... It all works out, because now here I am. The only thing is, now we have to level a Cataclysm character at some point before Mist comes out. Maybe we'll wait until another Joyous Journey. Oh my god, this place is a dead zone. They'll very likely do another Joyous Journey either during the mop pre-patch or before the mop pre-patch. So whenever we do that, we have to get a character leveled up really quick on EU Cataclysm. My mounts don't go with me, Talon. I know you're sad about the yak, right? I'm sad about the yak too. I don't know what my future is for retail yet. Because I don't know when or if I'll be playing more retail. So like, I would like to move my retail over to EU as well, but I don't know if I will or when that will happen. I honestly still have zero plans to play retail anytime during War Within. I don't know if I'll be back at retail during War Within. Some part of me highly doubts it. Part of me highly doubts it. If I come back, then it will likely be for midnight at this point. Unless everything else gets incredibly boring, you know what I mean? Like, unless there is nothing else to do in WoW, sod development is over, if Mist of Pandaria is no fun for some reason, or I can't find a group of people to raid with, then maybe I could come back to retail. But basically, it would take sod completely dying. It would take me not being able to find any kind of raid team in Mist of Pandaria. And if those two things happened, sod is dead, I can't find a raid team in Mist for some reason, then I could see myself playing some retail. But failing that, I don't have any plans for it. I don't know. As a content creator, I often think about it. Like, I got it installed and I was like, maybe I could do a leveling series so people can see what it's like to level up in 2025. And I was like, nah. As a content creator, I probably should play some retail, but I really don't want to at the moment. Yeah, and I understand why everyone wants to play in the evening, because like most people have what's called a job, and a lot of people have to go work that job during the day. Like, I don't have that, but I get it. So like, yeah, a lot of people can only play in the evening. So when it comes to dedicating 3 hours to a raid, a lot of people have to do that from like 7 to 10 or 8 to 11. Like, they have to do that when the evening is winding down. You know, because not only do they have to work their job, they have to come home, they have to do chores, they have to get their kids to bed, they have to make dinner. They have shit going on. Like, I'm really lucky. I do this, my wife works from home, my kid is homeschooled, we spend all kinds of time together, like, so like, I'm really lucky. But I get that most people aren't. But it doesn't change the fact that like I won't raid during the evening. And the other thing about raiding during the evening is, guys, I get really cranky at night. I get really cranky, and I don't have as much patience for things in the evenings. Like, when people are messing up mechanics that I think are simple, I'm just very impatient. And I don't like to be that way, and I've just found that like in the evening time after my day is done and I'm mentally exhausted, like, raiding is not something I enjoy in that environment. Like, it's just not a good place for me to be raiding after the day is done and I'm tired. Oh my god, I gotta work on my single target. I really need blink. Once I have blink, then like accidentally pulling somebody won't be as bad. And then, to be fair, he resisted my Frost Nova, which was pretty rude of him. I never noticed. Well, thankfully, like, I didn't raid a lot, so if I had done a bunch of raids with the Guild and Cataclysm, it would have been very noticeable how cranky I get at night. It was probably noticeable the few times I did raid, to be honest. I think there were many times when I was like this. And whenever you see me like that for an extended period of time, that's not good, obviously. Alright, we're making slow progress. I realize, guys, that I have been very scatterbrained today. I have been, like, talking and talking and talking, and I haven't been focusing a lot on what I've been doing, so... I apologize for the Westfall running simulator that we've been playing for the past hour. Luckily, it's a pretty time of day, so we have a gorgeous skybox to look at. I mean, I've done some things. I've got 3 out of 3 for the stingy birds. I got one gore tusk. I need to kill a lot more gore tusks. When I'm single targeting, I also need to get in the habit of trying this this frost bolt followed by fireball. I think I need to get into the habit of doing that. What rank of fireball do I need? We are at rank 3. Let's get rank 3 out. And I realize the music has been pretty low. Let's see what's going on with the music. Oh, music's just low for me. Okay. There we go. Now I can hear it. We need coyotes for coyote meat, so let's see. Yeah, coyote steaks. So we should be killing any coyotes we come across, we can just go ahead and kill them. We need them for cooking. Yeah, I mean, fireball is so much faster. I can see a benefit to following it up. So yeah, single target, we'll do a frost firebolt and then fireballs. And that should be enough to kill most single targets. We also need Murloc eyes, we need Knoll paws. Let's just keep heading, north and we'll just head down to the Murloc beach. We need some okra from these guys. These guys, we can probably pull a bunch of them. Let's just pull them all and we'll see if we get what we need. Not a single quest item. Okay. Okay, I see how it is. Not a single quest item. This will be our last handful of oats. Mitosh, that's awesome, man. I'm surprised you don't have a mage already. But yeah, you should. I can't figure out healing, but I'm sure you'll be able to. And it seems like mage healing would be really fun. I like the idea of doing damage to heal. The idea is sound. I just know that when I tried it in Dragonflight on the Disc Priest, I couldn't make it work for me. You do have a mage, you're gonna roll another one to learn it. That makes sense. I completely understand that. Yeah, it's really hard to take a max level character sometimes and like learn a different spec on them without leveling with it, you know, or if it's a character you just haven't played forever, like remembering how to play them. Sometimes it is just better to re-roll it. Especially if you enjoy leveling. If you enjoy leveling, it makes the prospect of a re-roll appealing for many reasons. The AoE is so much fun. I mean, I'm looking forward to getting into areas where we just have like tons of melee guys stacked up that I can pull them all and just obliterate them. Because yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Oh, look at that, we got a lot of action over here already. I was hoping we'd be able to pull those guys, but somebody else is already dealing with them. This is a really fun spec. What I like about this is like the button pushing is unlike anything else I would ever do in Classic. Like the way I'm playing this mage is not a way that one would ever play a mage in any other Classic version of the game. It's very unique. And that's what I've been really digging about it. Man, we still need all this okra though. This okra is not dropping for us. Come with me, my pretties. Let's see if we can get over here and pull some of these guys without leashing everything. Okay, it looks like we've mainly kept most of them. Let's do that. Let's do one of those. There we go. That worked out pretty well. And there we go. That's the rest of the okra. Let's go turn in these quests over here.
Hey there. Safe travels.
How are you? Have a good one. Safe travels.
Mitosh, it's not sad at all, man. It's very noble of you. And it's good that you enjoy that. Yeah, in Season of Discovery, basically all of the specs play differently than they would in other classic versions. So there aren't any specs in SOD that resemble their classic era counterparts very much. They're all very, very changed. I forgot. Oh, I also have Arcane Explosion now. I keep forgetting about Arcane Explosion. That would be a good thing to pop as we round up all those guys. Some Briarthorn over here. Yeah, Season of Discovery is basically a what if for class design. What if we could do this? What if they could do that? For instance, our two-handed melee hunter that we have at endgame. You know, we're a hunter, but we don't have a pet. We have a two-handed sword, and we use all melee attacks. It's like a what if. Very nice, very nice. The addition of Arcane Explosion might make this a little bit overpowered too. If only I had like a Mana Shield or Blink. If I had Mana Shield or Blink, we'd be taking less damage. Are the green portals in Westfall for anything? I didn't see a green portal. It might have been a leftover rune thing. Sometimes there's events and stuff that's put in the world that we used to use them to collect our runes, but now they're just hanging out. It might have been for like a warlock rune or something from like phase 1, 2, or 3. That's all I can think of. Nice. Only Umbra Wormkin left, Amy? And then you have all the pips. Then you have a completion screen that looks completely filled in. And then you still have a little bit less than a month until Monster Train 2 comes out. A little bit, like, I think it's like 18 days. Something like that. Oh, this might be a little bit much. This might be too much. This might be too much. Ugh. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. They were dazing me a little bit too much there. But we managed to live. Okay, let's go down to the Murlocs. We'll wait for these guys to respawn up here. Wait, there's an herb somewhere. So, yeah, see, Silverleaf is gray now, so Silverleaf and Peace Bloom. I could keep picking these, but they're not worth anything. I don't need them for alchemy anymore, and they're not giving me skill ups. So I think we're done with Peace Bloom and Silverleaf for now. We're probably also done with Earthroot. Unless Earthroot is still green. It looks extremely satisfying to AoE as a mage and sod. It is. It really is. When it works out, when it comes together and you can round up like 10 guys and blow them all up, it really does feel good. We got Silverleaf. We got Strangle Kelp out in the water. Let's go after the Strangle Kelp. See, I told you, Amy, if you spend a few hours playing video games on a Saturday morning, eventually you'll feel compelled to be productive. It worked out. But that's all you, like on Saturday morning, you should just wake up and you should just know you're going to play some video games. That is how you will be productive. And you were productive. You moved 2 steps closer to completion of a game we've put like 100 hours into. So you, in fact, have already been productive. And one of the early steps of being a gamer is like just knowing that your progress in a game is productivity. And just letting your brain accept it as positive work. You know? Tim, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. That is a lot of support. I really appreciate that, man. Welcome to the 10 new people. Thank you guys very much for hanging out with us today as we play Season of Discovery. Alright, we really need some respawns. Oh, this guy just got a bunch of respawns. Oh, get off my Murlocs, bro. Do we have any Murloc eyeballs yet? I don't think so. No, we've looted 0 eyeballs. I do see respawns popping up over this way. Let's get them. Thought I saw a couple more, but maybe I was imagining things. I could have swore I saw at least one more over this way. But apparently not. Oh, there he is. All right, who's the warrior that I'm competing with here? Who are you? Identify yourself, please. Identify yourself in the chat. I know you're here. It's too much. There's no way another player would randomly be doing the same quest. Taking all my Murlocs. John, good afternoon to you. Happy Saturday and welcome to the stream. Alright, you take the Murlocs over there. I'm gonna take the Murlocs over here. Let's try to be democratic about this. You take your side, I'll take my side, we'll share. But yeah, but stay away though, stay away. People in my MMO? How rude. Exactly. That's how I feel sometimes. It's like, hello, I'm playing solo. I would like you to go away and leave my mobs alone, please. Here he comes. We need one more eyeball. One more eyeball. The fastest way I'm going to tag these guys is probably with Fire Blast. I'm going to have to Fire Blast these guys. It's going to be the only way that I can get them fast enough. Level up our wand skill a little bit on these guys. Not that we've needed the wand a lot. There we go. The rest of the eyeballs are yours. The rest of the eyeballs are all you, man. Outfit's looking good. Yeah, this is one of the better robes. Definitely. I like that it has the Amani troll look. I love it when, as a human, we can wear things that are, like, racially different than what you might normally see a human in, and this is, like, top-notch for that. He's jealous that my ponytail is better than his. My ponytail has more bounce. And more bounce is better. There's a battered chest in here, but the only thing inside is going to be a waylaid supply chest. Yeah, see, waylaid supplies. Yeah, I mean the chest piece is basically just like a scrap of cloth, quickly torn off at the bottom. I mean, there's really not much to it. That's the good thing about it. We talked about transmog earlier today. If you want to see Blizzard at their peak, look at the Glorious set from WoW Classic. Just look up Glorious set in Google and go to images. And that is peak 2004 Blizzard armor design. Something that you will never see in any modern version of WoW. What do we want to do here? Do we want to go after these guys? We could. Part of me wants to get the rest of the Knoll Paws, even though that's a bit of a higher level. Westfall stew we're done with. We need Gortusk livers. We haven't come across a single Gortusk liver, which is kind of hard to believe. The explosions are counterintuitive for keeping livers intact. That's a fair point. That could explain a lot. Arcane explosion, arcane explosion, arcane explosion. I need to remember that I have arcane frickin' explosion, because that would have really helped me out there. That could have been over a lot faster if I had remembered that I have arcane explosion. Eventually I'm going to get it, guys. Eventually I'm going to utilize all of my tools expertly together. But in the meantime, we're still killing stuff, so... there's that at least. Alright, so Knoll Paws we're done with. We need livers, we need trappers, smugglers, and harvest watchers. Maybe we can go into the mines. Sometimes we go into the mines, sometimes we farm them near Westfall. I think today we'll go into the mines. So the waylaid supplies, the way that works is you will get a waylaid supply chest. And it will tell you what it needs. This one needs rough boomsticks. It needs 3 rough boomsticks. The way it's supposed to work is you get this and then you're like, okay, I need boomsticks. You go to the auction house, you buy the boomsticks, you put them in the crate, you take the crate to the person and they give you a big chunk of XP. So if you want to fill them, you'll get a big chunk of XP, but obviously if you can't craft the item yourself, then you have to go buy them from the auction house. And that's how that works. None of my clams are opening. Something weird is happening with my Baggonator. Let's do a little reload. There we go. Okay, yeah, now I can open them. Yeah, they definitely were not opening, which was going to be a problem. I probably could have vendored at some point in recent memory. That would have been smart. We'll see if we get through this cave without our inventory filling up. It's questionable. Yeah, I shoved a bunch of Peace Bloom and a bunch of Silverleaf into my bank already. We have like 4 or 5 stacks of each, so if we pick up any waylaid supply chests that need those, then we can fill them. Same thing with like mana potions and stuff. Because these guys are all ranged, we're probably not going to be able to stack like 10 of them together. So we may have to stick to like slightly more realistic pulls. Because if we don't clump them all up, then they're just going to like stand back and throw knives at us. I am probably going to have to buy some of the better food from the vendor. The food that we can craft, it just isn't good enough. It doesn't fill us up quite fast enough. And let's see, we can make heavy linen bandages. Maybe those would be better. Maybe I should make some of these and see if that heals us up a little bit faster. Now, 114 over 6 seconds is not a lot when you have 500 HP. That's the problem. It's not a lot when you have 500 HP. To be fair, the downtime isn't bad when we're killing 4 or 5 at a time. It's not too bad, even though our food kind of sucks. Eventually we'll get Blink, and then once we have Blink, I'll probably take a little bit less damage per pull. Because I'll be able to blink away from some of the guys that we know they're going to chase us for sure, and so they're not constantly hitting me. It was kind of the good thing about, like, the good thing about Frost Armor was that those guys would take a swing at us, and then they would slow. And then they wouldn't get multiple hits on us as we rounded them up. But I do feel like the Molten Armor is probably better for the damage. Coffee is getting low. We're gonna have to have a little snack and coffee break when we head back to town. I popped a potion there, and the potion was the only thing that saved us. Thank God I had those keybound. Just reflexively tap that R button, and we were down to like 20 HP or something crazy. Fun times. We are out of water. We need to make some more water. There's some bruiseweed. It must be on top of the mine. Let's see if we can get up there and get it. I see it. There we go. Here we go. Waylaid supplies, Peace Bloom. I don't think we have enough to fill it now. We'll have to be back at town. This needs 20. We should be able to turn that in for a small chunk of XP. As long as I don't vendor it by mistake. I can't make any more water because we have a full inventory. It's okay, we have some milk we can drink. We can eat a mushroom. Everyone loves to eat mushrooms. We got some cheese we can eat. There we go. Yeah, the pants were actually not bad. I think we have stamina spirit. These are leather. Okay. Well, if they're leather, then we can't wear them anyway. Yeah, that was a decent drop. No! I just tried to do too much. I just tried to do too much. Oh boy. That's a bummer. We need 2 more bandanas. And I got us killed at the back of the mine. That almost warrants a break. Does that warrant a break? I feel like it does. I feel like that's maybe a good time to have some food. Let's just come back to life right here. 7 minutes. I'll take a 7-minute break to get some food and get a snack. Yeah, fill my coffee up and bio. Let's turn in what we have, I guess. And that was a bummer. So close to being done. Read the loading screen tip about keeping your HP above 0. Right, I must have missed that one.
Light be with you.
It's okay, we had a full inventory anyway.
Can I help you? See you later. See you around.
There we go. Level 18.
What can I do for you?
Let's unload some junk. I'm not gonna sell everything here because we still have some stuff to turn in, don't we? Yeah, Westfall stew. We need to keep all the parts for Westfall stew, so I'm not gonna empty everything out yet. I don't want to accidentally sell that stuff. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna take a short break. I'm gonna go do some stuff. I'll be back in like 6 or 7 minutes, and then we will keep going. See you guys on the flip side. Track herbs. Thank you for hitting me with that. Thank you for hitting me with that as soon as I got back. I appreciate it. Track herbs, and we need buffs. Boop. And boop. Okay. So, let's try that again. Let's go to the guys that are a little bit closer. We need 2 more bandanas. We can get them right over here. And then once we do that, we'll go take on the pillagers and the harvest watchers and stuff. The flight point. We'll grab the flight point because we're going to have to go back to Stormwind anyway. Because pretty soon here, we are going to have to run out to Red Ridge to talk to Wily, to get the flight points, to grab a couple quests. Because that's going to feed into the rest of the Defias questline that's going to get us into Deadmines. So we will get there. I still don't have any Gortus livers. Guys, I feel fine just dropping this great quest. There we go. That's the joy of Sod, one of the many joys. You get a quest, the quest is not coming along, and the quest goes gray, you can afford to just drop it. You don't have to do every single quest in every single zone. You can kind of pick and choose. You can buy the Gortus livers from the auction house? Right on, right on. If it were still a green quest or even a yellow quest, I would do it. But we have 0. It turned gray, and so at that point, I'm just going to drop it. It doesn't chain into anything that we need, so we don't have to worry about it. Like I said, one of the joys of Sod, not having to obsess over getting every single quest done. It's hard to change your mentality about that. It's really, sometimes it's hard for me to drop quests, but it's getting easier. The more I play Sod, the easier it's getting to drop quests that I know I don't need. Man, we are taking lots of damage though. Is level 20 going to be another shopping spree? What level is this stuff? Level 15. I think every 5 levels we have to do a little bit of shopping. Just to make sure that we have the HP that we need to take some hits. What is this? Heavy linen bandage. We can do that one. Yeah, we should be able to fill that one. Yeah, we can do that. Should I do it now? I feel like I should just do this now. Probably not standing in the middle of this camp would probably be better. Was it 20? 10. Okay, we just need 10. I'm gonna fill that one right now. We have a bunch of them that we can't. We can do the Peace Bloom. We're going to do the bandages. Boomsticks we're not going to do. Oh, we have 2 of them for Peace Bloom. We should be able to fill both of these. At this level, I don't know how much XP they're really going to give us, so they might not give us a lot of XP. Because we might be above that level threshold. Alright, let's click it. There we go, now it's full. Pretty sure the Defy Scout is a rogue quest. Tempted to kill her anyway, but we will leave her alone. We need one more bandana. It'd be great if it could drop and then we don't have to kill gray enemies. There we go. That works.
Greetings. Be careful. Light bless you.
Alright, so I think now, well, first things first. Before I completely forget and before another quest goes great, let's go turn in Westfall Stew. Since we did work for that one, let's go get that turned in. Then we're going to head over to the Alexon Farmstead, and we'll take on the pillagers. We'll do all that stuff. Well, is there value in running out to Red Ridge first? I don't know. I don't think so. I think we can do this next round of quest. Then we can make the run out to Red Ridge. Then again, if we do the Red Ridge stuff now, we can go down to Moonbrook, and we can be on the lookout for the messenger while we kill the pillagers. Maybe we do it that way. I kind of want to keep fighting stuff and blowing things up. Obviously, I want to keep blowing things up. But I think we might need to do a little bit of travel. And then if we make a stop back in Stormwind, we can turn in our waylaid supplies. I think it's probably too early to do any shopping. I think we want to wait till like level 20, level 21 to do any shopping. Deadmines. I love just the one word, Deadmines. Guys, what should we do next? Deadmines. I'm trying to take steps to work towards that. So going out to Red Ridge is going to be a big step towards getting us into Deadmines. That's why I think we should do it now. I also realized that even though I said I was going to, I did not grab the other Deadmines quest back in Stormwind, I don't think. Even though we talked about it.
Hello. Farewell. Be careful.
Alright, that is done. Here, let's do it like this. I'm gonna Hearth to Goldshire, we're gonna make the run, then we can fly back. We don't have to go to Stormwind right now. We're gonna go to Stormwind anyway when we talk to Matthias. So let's do, this is like saving us a little bit of time. Yeah, luckily we're still set back in Goldshire. That saved us minutes. Minutes off the clock. And now we have a bit of a run. Right, when we do go to Stormwind to talk to Matthias, since I've already talked about all the things that we're going to do, I've already checked them off the list in my head. And so, yeah, if you guys don't remind me, my brain will just act as if we've already done those things. Sometimes that's what happens. Like, when I talk about doing something before I do it, or like right before I do it, my brain like checks the box that says that's done. Even though I didn't do it yet, I just talked about it. I never noticed it being a thing until I started doing like YouTube stuff and streaming, like that my brain has this weird ability to take words that I say and just act like the actions have already happened. It's not a good thing. What I really need, and what I know I need, is like a paper list, or a list in like a notepad or a OneNote. When I make lists and I type them out or I write them out, I'm much better at remembering to do them. But when all I do with a list is think about it and I talk about it, I don't often complete the list. If the list stays in the cognitive realm and doesn't come out into the physical realm, it's like I will never do any of the things. And if it's bothering anybody, I'm sorry, but I'm purposefully ignoring the Peace Bloom and the Silver Leaf. I don't think we need that stuff anymore. And we're not getting skill ups. It doesn't sell for a lot. Yeah, we get the occasional waylaid supply chest, but we're going to be out of the level range for those pretty soon anyway. So yeah, I know we're seeing lots of nodes, but I'm going to keep ignoring them. Am I checking it twice? The list? No, that's the problem. Like, I never check it again. If the list stays in here, I never check the list again. The list, it just, boom, gone, poof. If it's a paper list, then I check it lots. Thoughts on Andor Season 2? I just found out that Andor Season 2 was even a thing that existed yesterday afternoon, so I haven't watched any of Andor Season 2. And I've been on this thing of not watching TV shows. Andor, I will finish Andor, because Andor's story is complete. My biggest problem with TV shows is that they lack creative direction, they don't have coherent stories, they can never count on telling stories across multiple seasons because of the unsurety of knowing whether or not you're going to get another season. So I've kind of taken a break from all TV shows, but Andor I will finish because we know where Andor ends. That's the great thing about Andor. Andor is such a great show, and like part of why it's great is because it's telling a very specific story across a very specific set of time with very specific characters. And we already know where the story ends. So yes, my only thought is that I will probably watch Season 2 of Andor. And that'll probably be the last Star Wars show that I watch. Like, maybe forever. Because boy, have those shows just gone down the toilet. And the other thing about the Star Wars shows is like how hit or miss they have been. And how each Star Wars show feels like it exists in a completely different universe. Like, the feeling and vibe of Andor feels nothing like the vibe of like Ashoka. Feels nothing like the vibe of Mandalorian. Like, they all just feel like they exist in different universes, but they're trying to have this Star Wars universe, and it isn't working. It wasn't working since Mandalorian Season 3. After Mandalorian Season 2 and going into Mandalorian Season 3, like, the idea of a Star Wars universe that was good and entertaining and coherent, like, it died.
Well met. Be careful.
Sorry, I'm very pessimistic about TV shows. If you're a person that likes TV and loves TV, like, I'm the worst person to talk to about TV shows because I'm very pessimistic about their overall quality and...
Safe travels.
Yeah, it's been a rough couple of years. We need to grab this guy's quest because this goes to the Goldshire Inn.
Hey there. Be careful.
And it's going to open up a couple of other quests here later. We could probably take the quest from the mayor to go talk to the person in Stormwind, since we're going to be over that way anyway. It'll be a little bit of bonus XP for us.
Need help? Light bless you.
Now would probably be an okay time to vendor a bunch of junk. Boomsticks we don't need. The 4-slot bag I don't need. Tires I can go. All the cooked meat can go. Mana potion I probably won't use. The boar meat we could cook, but it's a gray recipe at this point. It's not going to give us any skill up, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of it. The light feather, I mean, I can keep it for slow fall. I don't know when or if I'm ever going to use slow fall, but maybe someday. Flask of oil we can hold on to for the lighthouse quest. And the clam meat I'll probably hang on to. I think we can use that for something, can't we? Boiled clams. Okay, yes. We are gonna make some boiled clams.
Light bless you.
We'll just make a little stop at the inn and we'll do that now. Jamal, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Let's go ahead and cook this stuff now. I should probably talk to Wiley. Since that was the entire reason we came here, I should probably go talk to Wiley.
What can I do for you? Have a good one.
I don't think I'm gonna bother doing anything else here right now. Like, we could do Hillary's necklace. It's a level 15. Yeah, like, if we don't do it now, will we lose it? I don't know, probably not. Well, let's see. I usually do Hillary's necklace. Let's see if we can get this one done. And then we'll get out of here. Maybe we'll get lucky. How lucky are we today? Sometimes it'll be right over here. It doesn't look like today is one of those days. Alright. Let's keep looking. How's our fishing leveling? Fishing is pretty good. We leveled it a little bit today. It's almost 60, you know, it could be better. I guess, like, I want to level it up. I'm not in a huge rush because I guess we can't get past 150 until we get to Booty Bay. That's kind of the limiting factor with leveling up the fishing. Is like, we can fish all the way up to 150. And then we're not going to be doing a lot of fishing until we're like level 34 or so. But not for skill ups, at least. Here we go. It's all the way back here. But yeah, I'll be doing some fishing. Every day we'll do a little bit of fishing, so it doesn't get behind. I meant to start today with it, but we ended up doing it a couple hours in. We got Mage Royal back here. We are definitely going for this Mage Royal. Very nice. You use fishing to max out your cooking. Yeah, it makes it a lot easier to do cooking when you have fishing. Maybe we'll fish a little bit here and we'll see like what we get here. I'm not sure if there's anything specific that we fish up from Red Ridge. But maybe we'll spend a couple minutes on the docks. Maybe we'll buy a bauble and spend 10 minutes doing that. It's kind of what I like to do. I think buying a bauble that lasts for 10 minutes and then doing 10 minutes of fishing is pretty good. Earth root, I'm gonna leave the earth root. Don't really need it. Let's go back and turn this one in, then we'll do a little bit of fishing. I'm convinced. I've been persuaded. I know no one tried to persuade me, but I feel like I've been persuaded. Maybe time to buy a better fishing rod soon. I'm not sure if there's one we could have got at level 10. We have bait and tackle here. We could check this guy out. Also, this guy has a quest for fish. Maybe we take his quest and maybe we fish these up.
You need something?
Yeah, I think we can fish these up.
Hello.
Bait and tackle. Here we go. Requires level 5, fishing 10. Let's grab the better fishing rod. Let's sell the old one. And let's grab some night crawlers.
Safe travels.
And let's see, does this also last 10 minutes? Yeah, all the lures look like they're 10 minutes. So yeah, let's go do a little bit of fishing. Let's go out to the dock over here. Yeah, we're definitely going to be able to get the quest done doing this. That's awesome. It would be really cool if there were some profession-based quests that were dailies that you could do for XP. For instance, like in every hub, you have like, maybe it's a board, maybe it's like a work order board. Like you turn in 20 leathers, 20 light leather, you get a big chunk of XP. You fish up 20 of this kind of fish, you get a ton of XP. And like just a couple of different things. So like, you know, you can not necessarily like level up completely by doing professions, but some kind of repeatable. And not even like a daily, but like almost a repeatable. Like if I want to sit there and farm up 100 fish, I want to get some XP for every 20 that I turn in. So yeah, maybe even a way so you can just like, if you want to level up a character and all you want to do is skin and fish and cook, then you can do that. And you just like go to the level appropriate town, you go to the work order board, and you just take the work order, turn in the items, take the work order, and you can do that like, I would like it to be uncapped per day, so you can just like farm the living shit out of it if you want to. That would be really cool. Yeah, I don't want it to be a daily, I want it to be like a repeatable, farmable board. With like all kinds of different stuff. Fishing, skinning, ore, herbalism, alchemy, cooking, just like... I want to be able to go to it and turn it in like as many as I can make, as many as I can fish. I want to do stacks of them for XP. And I just want to be able to farm the crap out of that. I think that would be really amazing. Mitosh! Welcome, welcome. What brings you out to Red Ridge at this time of the evening? Aha. Loot. What is this? Stamina, intellect, 65 spell power? Mitosh, thank you so much, man. That's incredible. That is very cool, very kind of you. That's gonna be awesome. That's 65 spell power. What a freaking enchant. We're gonna blow everything up. It's like having a world buff on our weapon. World buff weapon. No nameplate seems immersive. Yeah, I like to keep the other players' nameplates off. Sometimes they get turned on, but I like to keep them off. Sometimes part of it I think is like for me, like maybe part of it's like a privacy issue. But mainly because it's less visual clutter. I found out that in a raid you absolutely must have nameplates turned off because in a raid you already can't see anything if you're melee. Tim, you saw him coming? That's funny. I didn't. I'm so like focused on my bobber. He has a very iconic look right now. Yeah. If you spot him, you can definitely tell it's him. I was bobber focused. My fishes are still getting away, even with the night crawlers and the better rod. We're still losing fish. Oh, you know what helps me when I fish, so I don't have to focus as hard? If I turn up the sound effects, just when we're fishing, I can hear the bobber, and then I don't have to like stare as hard at the screen. I can just kind of like relax a little bit. If I can rely on hearing the noise, I can just like relax a little bit. Yeah, I think it's definitely going to make the AoE dream more enjoyable. Yeah, it's already been such a fun time on the Mage. See, look at that. Now we can hear it. The fish is still getting away. Here's something I don't know. Does my timing when clicking it play a factor in whether or not the fish gets away? Or is the fish getting away simply RNG based on if you catch it or not? That's one thing I don't know. Like, if my reaction speed matters to whether or not we catch a fish. Or if it's only within, like, a certain window. Yeah, see, I clicked really fast there, and the fish still got away, so I think it's just random. I don't see how I could have clicked any faster. We have a recipe for raw bristle whisker catfish. And I think we could learn it now. No, we need 100. We are really close to 100. If we catch a few more mud snappers, I think we can get 100. Maybe that's kind of a goal. I think I want to see if we can get cooking 100 so we can learn this recipe for this other fish. There we go. Couple more of those and we should be good. Yellow doesn't guarantee skill ups, but it's very likely. Final Fantasy XIV made their fishing into a mini-game. That's very appropriate for Final Fantasy, though. Like, being like a JRPG at its roots, a mini-game seems really appropriate for them. Is the mini-game fun, or is it like, difficult? Because there's fun fishing mini-games, like Stardew Valley is pretty fun to fish once you get the hang of it. But then there are some fishing minigames that are just god-awful, that are like very hard to like succeed at. So I guess it depends on how they did it. Oh, 11, not 14. I just said, I saw FF, and I just thought 14. Well, yeah, I mean, that makes even more sense. 11 is like an ancient game at this point. I'm still holding out for Final Fantasy 11 Classic. I guess I want Final Fantasy 11 Classic Remaster. Because I want it to look better, obviously. I want it to basically be Final Fantasy 11, but I want it to look like Final Fantasy 14. That's the game that I want to play. I want to play Final Fantasy 11. There's probably some quality of life stuff they can do for the systems, but basically that game, but in the FF14 engine. Final Fantasy 11 Classic Remaster. I'll play the crap out of that. I will play the crap out of that. It's a reaction game. Left, right. That's cool. I like games like that, like just like a little QTE, little quick time event. Alright, I think we're at a point where we can, if we cook those 7 mud snappers, then we should be at 100 cooking at least. We're almost done with the quest. Do we want to try to finish the quest? Let's just try to finish the quest. We're at 8 out of 10. We might as well keep going. I would play a Final Fantasy XIV Classic also. I would play like a refined version of 1.0 of A Realm Reborn. Because I feel like back then it was actually a real MMO. There was more that you had to do besides just like sit through 300 hours of MSQ, which is basically a big like visual novel. There was actually like MMO elements and like gameplay. You had to do your hunt logs, you had to get certain classes to certain levels to unlock other classes, so you were forced to multi-class. Like, the original release of A Realm Reborn was like actually a good MMO RPG. Eventually the game just got streamlined into being a JRPG that just happens to have multiplayer endgame. I think classic versions of all the current MMOs would be really like a good thing for players. Like classic FF14, classic ESO, classic Guild Wars 2. Just so people that want to get into those IPs but have a hard time jumping in, they can kind of go back and like play the original release version, and that can give them like a better footing if they want to do like the modern game. That druid in water form actually startled me. For a minute, I couldn't figure out what it was exactly I was looking at or how it was happening, and I don't know. I had a weird moment with that druid. I probably should have bought another Nightcrawler when ours ran out. If we lose another fish, yeah, I have to go get another Nightcrawler, unfortunately. I know we only need one more item, but if I don't buy this Nightcrawler, we're never gonna catch anything. We must be on the cusp, like level-wise, to be able to fish here if we're missing so many. Amy, you ended up at Joanne Fabrics again? When is this store gonna close down? They said they were gonna close. They promised they were shutting them all down, and yet somehow you keep going there and buying more yarn. Aren't you happy you have, like, your own office now? An entire room to stash all your yarn? I don't know where you would put it if you didn't have that room for an office now. Where would all the yarn go? We wouldn't have a space for it. I know how it keeps happening. Do you want me to tell you? You get into the car, you drive it down the road, you pull into the Joanne's parking lot, you get out and you go inside. And every time you do that, you buy a bunch of yarn. That's exactly how it happens. And the problem is that Meyer and Joanne Fabrics are too close together. So every time you gotta run to Meyer for like some milk, it's really easy just to go to Joanne's. Spend a couple hundo on yarn. Drop a couple Franklins. Is it Franklin? Washingtons? Drop some Abrahams? I don't know my presidents or my currency. Cliff, I never did. I didn't. I think the playlist is technically in 3 different playlists. And unfortunately, YouTube does not make it easy for me to consolidate those kinds of things. I have to find each a VOD. Because so many of it was done as a stream. It's a mess. I apologize. I was not able to put Humpty Dumpty back together again, so to speak. Did we finish the quest? We did. We're done. Okay, let's go turn this in. Fishing skill is currently at 83. I feel like 83 is pretty good. What do we need to fish in Menethil Harbor? Is it like fishing 100 to fish in Menethil Harbor?
You need something?
Something like that. Oh, we got a recipe there too. Murloc fin soup. Nice. There we go. Okay. Fishing is done. We talked to Wiley. We need to re-equip our staff. Let's fly back to Westfall. We're going to turn in the quest. Then we have to go to Stormwind. Did we not? Yeah. Oh yeah, thank you. See? I said it, we talked about it, I just checked it off the list. Let's go cook, right? We want to get the one recipe out of our bags. If we cook these 10, we'll be able to do that. Thank you. You have to constantly remind me of these things. Alright, let's do it. And then the recipe is it brilliant? No, it's the catfish. Nope, that's not it. There it is. Bristle whisker catfish. That's what we're working up to. Alright, that's 100. Let's do that. Ooh, 24 of them. That's nice. Let's finish cooking the yellow ones. And then we'll cook all of these. Very nice. We're gonna hold on to these and eat them because right now these are much better than our mage food. $125, 126. Very nice. I feel like this is quite advanced. At 175, baked salmon is MP5 food. Oh, that's really nice. We haven't really, I mean, I guess we have been having some mana issues, but it's been manageable. All right, I think that's everything, right, guys? Nothing else to do here. We are ready to depart. Cooking skill is now looking very good. Very good. It's still always, even though I've been playing on the EU realms for a while now, it still always surprises me when suddenly the zones are nighttime. Because of like a decade spent not seeing the zones at night. I'm always still kind of taken aback by how different it looks and how dark it actually gets.
Can I help you?
Do you guys know what I didn't do? You guys know what I didn't do. We all know what I forgot to do. We don't have to talk about it, but we can if you want. We were so close to being efficient. I told you so, right? What did I say? What did I say? I was like, oh, we're gonna take that flight to Stormwind anyway, so we don't need to grab the flight point right now, because we're gonna fly to Stormwind. And then what did I do? Like a big dummy, I clicked my Hearthstone and I hearthed to Goldshire. So I saved myself some time earlier so that we can be inconvenienced now. Very, very smart. Yeah, I mean, this is it. This is peak gameplay. This is what you come here for. Oh my god! Tim like flips his desk. Ah! Never remembering flight points. Yeah, I mean this is a staple with me. It's a staple. That's why I need emotes. I need an artist out there to make me some emotes. We need a flight point emote. We need a bags full emote. We need a loot emote. Loot. So you guys can just spam it. You can just spam it until I do it. Just flood chat. But first, I have to know an artist, and then I have to have money. I hear that artists like to be paid, but that'd be really cool. And then maybe if you guys were all spamming emotes at me, maybe I would just go do the thing to get you to stop. I have to turn sound effects down. Did we find our authenticity today? No, once you become inauthentic, you remain inauthentic. The only way to fix an inauthentic character is to purge them. And I refuse to be purged. So no, we live with our inauthenticity now. No, once you're not authentic, there is no redemption. It's like mask off. Once the mask is off, one does not simply put the mask back on. We'll do Stormwind stuff. Once we go back to Stormwind, we'll do Stormwind stuff, but I don't know what else we have left to do there. We're gonna go back to talk to Matthias. And then when we go back to talk to Matthias, I don't know if there's anything else we really need. We turn in this thing. Well, yeah, okay, there's some stuff. There's some stuff we need to do. None of it is like super time sensitive. Yeah, I mean, I was only there because I didn't have the flight point to Westfall. I'm still trying to do it, I'm trying to do it in the same order, but now we have to make the run again because I am a dummy. Because yeah, we turn this part in, and then Stout Mantle gives us a quest to go talk to Matthias. So we still have to go get that quest. And then that quest turns into the quest to go after the Defias Messenger. And that's what we're working towards. Amy, it's a little windy for the dress. It's never too windy for a dress. You looked so amazing in it. It's never too windy. You gotta have like those little bell weights. You know, those little like bell-shaped weights that sometimes are affixed to the corners of dresses to keep them weighed down a little bit. You got to get those things. To be fair, you could have just showed me the dress, and then you could have gone upstairs and changed back into your pajamas, and then went grocery shopping in pajamas, and I would never have known. You know? And then you could have put the dress back on when you got home. Like, I never would have been the wiser. Yeah, that's what it was. It was the pennies. Yeah, KC was very windy, though. In those downtown corridors, it got incredibly windy. There was the kind of wind that would have no problem just lifting a sundress. For sure.
What can I do for you? Be careful, or the Alliance.
All right, now we go to the flight point, and we take the flight point to Stormwind. I don't think we need to train. Amplify Mage, well, maybe, yeah, maybe for Fireball rank 4, maybe we do need to train. All right, let's just put training on the list. So we have to train, we have to fill our waylaid supplies, turn those in, talk to Matthias, and that should be basically it. Yeah, the pennies are a trick to weigh down a dress. I think they sell like specific things to help with this, but pennies work. Did I hit level? Oh, I did. I didn't even realize. I didn't really realize that we leveled. In that case, we have 3 talent points to spend. It's pretty normal. Let's finish off Ignite. There we go. Pick up the Deadmines quest. Yes, we have a couple of Deadmines quests to pick up. Training, Deadmines quest, waylaid supplies, Matthias. Not necessarily in that order. Everything else is okay. Cooking is getting close, but I think we have to buy a book off the auction house to get this further. Either that or we have to run all the way out to Ashenvale, and I'm not running out to Ashenvale for the cooking book. I will just buy one on the auction house for a markup. Okay, so the first thing I want to do, I want to go and train, because that's on the other side of town. So let's go do that first. I wonder what they're going to do with the player housing and retail WoW. I would really love like a Stormwind apartment. And from the window of my Stormwind apartment, I want to be able to see like the town square. I think that'd be really cool.
Hey there. Have a good one.
Okay, next we're gonna head over to Matthias. No, you know what? Next we're gonna turn in our waylaid supplies. Because we are right here by the bank, and I need to grab out 20 Peace Bloom. Oh, I need to grab 40 Peace Bloom. Okay. Pretty sure we have 40. I think we might have a little bit more than that. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. 20, 40. And then fill those. I don't know how much XP they're going to be because we might have out-leveled these a little bit. I think these are like the level 1 to 15 boxes. And with us being level 19, I just don't know. Let's go find out if this was worth it. I love that this lady's place has been kind of overtaken by the Argent Dawn people. Like, she used to have a whole thing going on back here, and it's like, now her name is cut off by the tent. Like, really? They couldn't be bothered to move her just slightly? Very weird.
Farewell. Safe travels.
Yeah, see, they're low level.
Farewell.
Well, we got 1260 because of the bonus.
What can I do for you?
I mean, I guess 1260 isn't nothing.
Be careful.
It's just not a lot.
Farewell. Be careful. Have a good
If we didn't already have those items, it wouldn't be worth turning them in and trying to fill them. It'd be better just to sell the box right away. Yeah, what we could do is maybe we could get this leveled up a little bit. Do we need 80? I think we need 80 to get wool. So let's see if this gets us to 80 before we do anything else. Yeah, we should be getting into wool cloth really soon. The next group of Defias guys we fight, maybe they'll start dropping wool cloth. If not them, then yeah, Murlocs would drop it. I don't know if we're gonna get 80. No, we didn't get there. Oh, so close. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's close, but we just didn't make it. 79. We got really, really close. If we're lucky finding the messenger, then we might be able to get all of our prereqs done today for Deadmines. Jamal, take care, man. If you can't make it back, have a good rest of your day. We could buy some wool. Yeah, we could. Well, right now we would need to buy linen. We can't learn wool until 80. That last skill up I have to get from linen. That's what makes it hard. Let's do this. We'll go pick up the Deadmines quest and then we'll head back to Westfall. We're not in a rush to get into it.
King's honor, friend. Go with honor, friend. Life bless you. Go with honor, friend.
Yeah, with Deadmines, I expect we'll be able to run it once before we're out of the level range. That's why I kind of want to make sure that we get all the quests done at the one time. I don't really care about the quests that are outside the dungeon as much. If we can get those done, that's awesome. Not every group wants to do the external quest stuff because people get it done, then they don't want to do it again. It becomes kind of a time sink if you're waiting for respawns. But I'll pick everything up, and then whatever we get done, we get done. I know the gnome has a quest that we do inside the dungeon. So her quest will be able to get done for sure. But the two quests we get from the dwarf are both outside the instance. Yeah, Cookie does have the chance to drop a wand. We haven't been wanding a lot, you know, but it'd be nice to have. This would be the character that we would get it on. We would get it on a character that we don't use the wand a lot. So we probably will see it drop. I don't think there's a lot of loot that we need out of Deadmines, but getting the quests done is always good. Now that we have this staff, I don't even know if we need the staff off the... I think this staff is going to be better than the Westfall staff. Mainly because of the 65 freaking spell power on it. So I don't even think we're really worried about getting the staff off the end quest. You know? Like for Deadmines, I don't think we really need any of the items. There's a blue chest that drops off the Green Goblin guy, but it has 11 spirit on it. I think it's a very spirit heavy. If it has spirit and stam, it'll be an upgrade, but it doesn't have intellect on it, I know that. Alright. I think now we are good to head back to Westfall. This time we can actually fly there. Tim, take care, man. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you later. Buy the cookbook. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. Yes. I do think that would be a smart thing to do. Robes of Aragorn from SFK would be awesome. I can't even remember if we ran SFK on my hunter. I don't think we did. Sometimes it's hard to find groups in SOD for the lower level dungeons. Everybody does Deadmines, a lot of people run Stockades. On Alliance side, it's sometimes hard to find people in SOD that want to do the travel to go do SFK. We'll try, like we'll definitely look for a group, but sometimes those lower level dungeons don't happen. Sometimes they just don't happen. What's it called? Where would I look for it? I've bought this thing so many times. but I have no idea what it's called. Let me consult Wowhead. Cookbook. Cookbook is one word, guys. Cookbook is one word. And on the WoW auction house, that kind of stuff's important. We gotta reset. There we go. There we go, look at that. Recent, we've been doing a lot of running around. This is where we're at with Westfall. We're about to go back and take on the pillagers and do all that stuff. But we've been doing a lot of traveling, a lot of running around to get some stuff squared away. So you probably didn't miss a lot. We did like the first round of low-level stuff in Westfall. There we go, perfect. Now we don't have to worry about capping out anytime soon. Are we doing Deadmines tonight? I don't know if it'll be tonight. I don't really think it will be. I wish I could say that it would be. You know, we've been at it for like 3.5 hours. I think I'm going to try to get everything done up into the point where we are ready to do Deadmines. I think maybe that's a goal that I can maybe get to today. I might be able to get us basically ready to go in. But we'll see. We'll have to see if we can get the messenger, if we can do the escort in a timely manner, and stuff like that. I'm going to bio really fast on the flight down. I'll be right back. Yeah, surprisingly, all that time in Stormwind, we didn't get a world buff. What's up with that? That was weird. Typically, world buffs are going out, like, non-stop. It's usually impossible to avoid getting a world buff if you spend any amount of time in Stormwind. But yeah, we got nothing. Weird, weird, weird.
Light be with you. Or the Alliance. Be careful.
Okay, this is the plan. We're going to run out to the Alexon farmstead. We're going to fight a little bit over here. We're going to kill Harvest Watchers. We're going to grab the Compass. We're going to kill whatever Defias we can. We'll then finish up the Defias down here in Moonbrook, because in Moonbrook we're going to be looking for the Messenger. So that's kind of our overall objective. We got to find the Messenger, we got to get his message, then we got to escort the guy. Once that's done, we can do the kill quest stuff at our leisure. Oh, you think a lot of guilds are in raid right now, so no one's dropping the world buffs because they're all actually doing content. That actually makes a lot of sense. But yeah, it's 10 o'clock server time. Very nice. It's been a real joy playing on the EU side of things and playing during the prime time. Like playing during like 8, 9, 10 o'clock server time. When everybody's playing. It's been a really good time. Maybe I do need that additional range. Maybe on this character I would actually use that additional range. It'd be nice to be able to pull these guys from like way back here. Like especially for what we're doing, the further away I can pull guys, the better off I'll be. Yeah, see, if we had that extra range, I could have got this guy over here sooner. Ah, I lost those two. Oh, that's painful. See, yep, I need the range. When we do the dungeon, we're definitely going to have the damage meter up. Yeah, just to make me feel better about life. There we go, that's all 20. Much, much faster when you can just AoE them down. Let's get some mana back, and then we'll go after some pillagers, and we'll find the compass. Is it easy to get ahead in the game without buying gold or stealing from the guild? I mean, get ahead of what? It's easy to succeed at the game without doing either of those things. Yes, you don't have to buy gold, and you don't have to steal from your guild. In fact, I would encourage a person to do neither of those things. Regardless of how they're succeeding or failing at the game, I would still encourage a person to not engage in those behaviors. If you get disarmed, do you lose the stats from the staff? I don't think so. I don't think when you get disarmed, I don't think it affects the stats. I'm not 100% on that. I'd love to know for sure, but I don't think so. I think it just affects your ability to melee swing. But that's a good question. Nothing changed about my max HP. There we go. Yeah, I think that, good looking out. I think that proves it, right? So I think we keep the stats. Thankfully, we keep the stats. Losing all the spell power would suck. Ooh, speaking of gear, we have bracers that are like in the process of breaking. They're not broken, I guess. But they have very low durability. We have to get a repair in soon. Did it have stamina? It does. It has 6 stamina and 10 int. So you would see if we lost the stats, our top end HP and our top end mana would go down. Yeah, damage but not stats, yeah. That seems right. We will fight a little bit more here, and then we need to head down to Moonbrook because we really need to be looking out for the messenger. That's going to be like the hardest thing to get accomplished. Looks like we got some bruiseweed over here. Alright, let's go down to Moonbrook. It looks like we've cleared everything here for now. Let's head south and see if we can get lucky. There are good odds this person is waiting on the messenger. There we go, that makes it a lot easier. If you have 1 or 2 other people helping with this, it makes it a lot easier. And we could probably just wait around for the respawn. We're assuming the messenger is currently dead. That's the assumption. Otherwise, they could be anywhere along their pathway. If they are on their pathway and nobody kills them, they will eventually make their way here, I think. I think they path back and forth. Luke, good afternoon, man. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. And now potentially we have some competition. Unless we group up with these people, it looks like some of these people are also waiting for the messenger. Judging by where they're hanging out. There we go. Yeah, let's get everybody into the group. Perfect, perfect. Now if we can finish the kill quest while we wait, that would be amazing. See if we can find anybody alive here. Absolutely no one. We just put living bomb on them and then we hide and we wait for them to blow up. I like that strategy. Reno, good evening to you and welcome. The joke's gonna be on us here because I think the messenger must be just living his life. He must be out there living his best life. He probably keeps getting killed like 20 yards from us. I feel like that's what's happening here. Because if we didn't see a body when we showed up, and if he was being farmed here and there was no body, then he would respawn soon, and he hasn't respawned yet, so he must be running around somewhere. There he is. All we had to do was talk about it. Luckily we got him because there were a few people around that were not in our group. So now we get back to town, we turn this in, and if we're lucky we'll be able to do the escort quest all of us together. So this is the hard part. Now it's easy. Now if we do the escort, all we have to do is the kill quest. This one and then one more, and then we'll be ready to do Deadmines. Tell them not to start the escort till everyone is on the quest. Yeah, I'm hoping that they aren't gonna screw us. But well, I see someone getting really far ahead, so yeah. See, we don't have blink yet, so let's just hope that it works out. Yeah, slow up, slow up, slow up.
What can I do for you? Go with honor, friend.
He's not here. Yeah, someone's already doing it. Someone is already doing it. We should repair. I should repair. I just don't want to get too far away from this exact spot. Maybe, oh yeah, maybe the quartermaster can repair me. Yeah, we gotta wait for the NPC to come back.
I supply only the finest goods.
There we go. We got the repair. Oh wait, why are we not repairing?
Looking for something specific?
Is this guy? This guy's not a repair guy. Yeah, it's gonna have to wait. I feel like the quartermaster should be able to repair us. The closest other one, I guess we could run over here and repair, but I want to be nearby for when they start the quest, otherwise I won't get the ping for it. Said someone was on it when we left Moonbrook, shouldn't be long. I don't know what the timer is. I think there's a certain amount of time it takes after they finish the quest before the mob respawns. I hope they were all at their keyboard. I saw someone nearby who was not in our group and I panicked. There was a warlock nearby that was not in the group. Looks like we're good. Nobody broke down in tears, nobody went all caps, and we're all moving together. So it looks like we're good. These guys are trying to do Deadmines. I'm not trying to do Deadmines. We have to finish the kill quest first. Yeah, we have stuff we have to finish before we want to do the dungeon. These guys are probably doing this as the last thing they do, which is typically how I do it. Typically I would do the kill quest first, then we would finish this. And they probably did that, but as much as I would love to run with these guys, I don't think that's going to work for me, because we're not going to have the last quest. Maybe we will. Do we need to finish the kill quest to get the last quest, or is it just this? Maybe it's just this one that gets us Van Cleef's quest. We'll see. Because I guess I don't know. I thought we had to do the kill quest. The kill quest doesn't give a Deadmines quest. Oh. Okay. Well, I don't know. If that's the case, then maybe? If that's the case, then maybe I would run with these guys. If they get a full group together. The escort quest gives the Van Cleef quest and the red bandanas. Okay, okay. Yeah, that's right. I guess the kill quest, they just chain into each other and then they end. We'll see. I mean, I don't think we have a tank. We have a healer, I think. I don't think we have a tank. I don't think this human warrior is a tank. So, we'll see how it goes. I'm not in a rush to do it today. I don't even know if I should do it today, but if things just came together, then maybe I would. Maybe I would. Alright, but now we have to go back to Sentinel Hill. Because we have to at least turn this one in and grab the follow-up. We are listed as 4 DPS. It's gonna be hard to get a group together when we are listed as 4 DPS. That is 1 DPS too many. So yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't know if it's going to be meant to be. What I did with Sod is I ignored the incursions. Yeah, now is a good time to play. I quit the first night of Phase 3, which was the day they put the incursions in the game. So I quit that very night, so I kind of know how you feel. At this point, what I do is I don't do that content. I just level up the characters through questing and dungeons, and we have a great time. And now that you get all of your runes right away, you can build the character that you want immediately. You don't have to wait till like level 20 or 30 or to have a high level character help you get a rune from later on. The game is much more welcoming now, in my opinion, to new players. And the endgame is really good. The endgame is structured in a way that even the older raids are still relevant to highly geared players. So fresh level 60s can still get into things like Molten Core, AQ, BWL, even though those are no longer like the cutting edge raid. So yeah, I think Sod's in a really good place for new and returning players right now. I've been having a blast with it. Right now it's the only version of WoW that I'm playing. And yeah, if you want to level up and just read the quest and have a good time, it's perfect for you to be able to do that. Just ignore incursions. You don't need them. It's fine. Like, you don't have to play that way. Are you he's a repair guy. He's got the repair. Oh, you know what? Shit, I have to go to the top of the tower to get the Red Bandanas quest, so we're going to be a little bit behind the rest of the group. Which is okay, because we have a Pally who's heading north right now. Maybe we'll do this. If we... man, I mean, maybe we'll do this. To be honest, guys, like, I haven't eaten anything today. I've had, like, no lunch. I had, like, no breakfast. It's now dinner time. And I'm trying to judge the wisdom of doing this run right now. Amy, are you around? If you're in chat, should I do this run right now? I'll ask my wife. If she's listening to the stream somewhere out there in the world, maybe she'll advise me. Because I just don't know. If I had a couple minutes to grab a quick snack, maybe I could do it. But I don't think I have a couple minutes with this group. I think this group is going now. I have like no water left. I have no coffee left. How different from SOD do I want Classic Plus to be? I want SOD to become Classic Plus. I want them to keep building off exactly what they have. I'm fine with everything that's in SOD right now being the base for Classic Plus. All they have to do now is keep adding content. Season of Discovery is already Classic Plus. They've added 5-man content, they've added raids, they've retuned bosses, they've added tons of loot. Every single spec is completely different than how it plays in Vanilla era. Every spec has been touched. It's already Classic Plus. And so all I want them to do is keep adding to it. I want them to add more quest hubs throughout the world. I want them to maybe remake a couple of zones that don't get a lot of use right now. Zones like Ajara, zones like Blasted Lands, Swamp of Sorrows. I want new quest hubs in those places. And I just want them to keep making raids. And then I'd be perfectly happy with this as Classic Plus. Because it already is. Some of these folks need a few minutes. I'm gonna go AFK for a few minutes when I get to the entrance. And we'll see if I'm still in a group when I come back. I gotta eat something really fast. My wife says that I should do the run. I'm gonna run upstairs. I'm going to park myself here, and if I'm still in a group when I come back, we'll do the run, and if I'm not in a group, we will do the run another time. So I'll be right here. I'm going to go drink some milk, grab a snack, and I will be back. Alright, I see that they've gone inside. Let's make our way inside. At least they didn't boot me. I appreciate that. We're gonna reset it once we get into the instance. For sure. I mean, I feel like we're going to be able to do damage, but we're never going to have any mana. So that's going to be a trade-off. We're going to have to work, drinking into our rotation. I mean, it doesn't matter because there's a paladin in the group, and whenever there's a paladin in the group in SOD, nobody else does any damage. So we're only ever going to see how much damage we can do when there's not a pally. That's the grotesque reality of it. Is if there's a prot pally in the run, then it doesn't matter. The prot pally is always going to take top damage no matter what, especially in this content. No healer. We have another mage healing. The other mage is a mage healer. The little arcane effects you're seeing around people, that's like a heal thing.
But please take me for your head.
And now we sit out for the boss fight. Everything has trade-offs. Nothing is going to be perfect. Everything has a bunch of negative trade-offs. That's just reality. This'll be a fun class to play when we get to do things. But I feel like the getting to do things part is going to be like level 50 plus. And if we do any group content between now and then, we're really not going to get to do a whole lot. Because, you know, we need mana. When we pull a boss, when we have 100 mana, that's not gonna work for us, obviously. So we're not gonna base anything about how we feel about the class or its performance on this kind of content. There we go, that's one quest complete. We need Evocate really bad. When do we learn Evocate? Let's see. Well, we could have a lot of abilities that we don't have. And Evocate is one of them. We could have Evocate right now if I wasn't a bad WoW player. If we had trained our skills, we could be evocating and we would have lots and lots of mana. At least every few minutes we'd have mana. It'll be better later if tanks wait for me to have mana. And if they don't, then it will probably be very much exactly like it is right now, unfortunately. Because I don't think we get a lot of tools to regenerate mana besides Evocate. I think we have Evocate, we get a mana gem. So the mana gem will probably help out a little bit. If you're lucky, they do, Talon. Yeah, tanks look at the healer mana and go off of that. If you're lucky, they're looking at the healer's mana. Yeah, they're usually not, to be honest, they're usually not even looking at their own HP. But if you're lucky, they're looking at the healer's mana. Agreed. We have really bad water. I should have bought a bunch of really good water before we left town. That could have sped up the process a little bit for us. Yeah, Pasha, I was thinking about that myself. Like, wouldn't it be amazing if the healer or somebody else were granting us some kind of replenishment? That'd be awesome. It doesn't have to be enough replenishment to top me off, but a little bit of replenishment to, like, help me go a couple of pulls before I have to drink would be amazing. It doesn't seem like we're getting that out of anybody in this group. I mean, when we have mana, we can do lots of damage to lots of enemies. So it has a lot, it has so much potential to be a blast in a raid. We'll just have to be patient with it. Maybe they'll let me get some mana before we pull the boss, but I doubt it. It looks like we've stopped. Maybe I'll get lucky. It looks like that was all the patience they had. We got Smite's Mighty Hammer, 11 strength and 4 agility. Two-handed mace. Hey, at least we're seeing some blue start to drop. That's nice. Amy, I'm okay. Thank you, though. I ate some peanut butter and some bread and some milk when I went upstairs. But I really appreciate it. I'm going to eat some sushi when I get out. I'll probably eat some before dinner, but I should be good till we finish this run. We're actually making really good progress, and we're like halfway through, so... Thank you, though. Scrolls of Minor Evocation. What a Chad. What an amazing person. They can easily see that we're having mana problems. And they gave us 2 Scrolls of Evocation. I didn't know that there were Scrolls of Evocation. This must be a Season of Discovery thing. I don't think Scrolls of Evocation exist in regular Classic era. Their patience reminds you of retail mythic tanks? Yeah. It kind of. Nobody cares if a DPS has mana, you know what I mean? Because the run is so easy to clear that they don't have to wait. My DPS is nice to have, but they don't need it. That's the problem. Whereas like a healer, you kind of need a healer, so you have to wait for the healer. But a DPS, you can live without a DPS. Hey, yeah, we hit level 21. Very nice. It's not level 26, but it's pretty good progress, I feel like. It'd be really cool if I could have full mana for the last boss. That'd be amazing. There we go. That's looking good. Very nice. The Cruel Barb, one-handed sword with 12 attack power. Let's make sure we loot his head. Let's make sure we open the letter up, take the quest from the letter, and then we should be jumping down here to fight Cookie. There he is. There's the guy. And he dropped his tenderizer. We don't really need the wand anyway. We're not wanding, so not really a big deal. That was a really fast run. I'm glad that we came in here and did that. We got a couple of the quests done. We didn't get the outside quest done, but that's okay. We got the red bandanas. We got his head, and we got the item for the gnome back in Stormwind. So yeah, very good. Really fast. I guess when you have so much AoE potential, you can run through a dungeon like this a lot quicker. I'm used to Deadmines taking a while. Alright, let's get back to Sentinel Hill. We'll turn this stuff in, and then I think we'll be headed to Stormwind. Get some mana pots? Yeah, mana pots would help. I mean, yeah, there's things we can do to help out with the mana problems, but ultimately what we really need, we need better water. Like for 5-man stuff, we just need to have the best water we can buy. And, you know, sometimes we just need a second to drink. Evocation's gonna help a lot. So evocation every few minutes, we'll be able to evocate our mana back. That's gonna be really, really good. I'm really looking forward to getting this character into raids. Like, this has a lot of potential. I'm sure the build is going to change, and I'm sure like some of the abilities we do or don't do are going to change over time. We're probably not going to be always pressing these exact buttons, but I feel like this is a pretty good base for the kinds of damage we're going to be able to put out later on. Evocates on an 8-minute cooldown. That's a little while. Yeah, 8 minutes is a bit of time. Oh, world buffs would have helped. Yeah, for sure, for sure. We didn't have it. The good thing is we did really well and we didn't have any world buffs. That's a pretty good measure. Like we kept up with this prot pally. Like overall we kept up and we didn't have any buffs. I feel pretty good about that. Yeah, the healer topped the meters on Cookie. Yeah, he got a little bit of a head start though, to be fair. Yeah, we took top on Van Cleef, which is pretty good. The fact that we beat the Pally on Van Cleef is good. In a hardcore run, that we would have taken like 40 minutes to clear Deadmines. That's where a lot of my experiential memory comes from when it comes to like the low level WoW dungeons, is it comes from hardcore. So I think about a Deadmines run and I'm like, oh man, a Deadmines run, that's going to be like 45 minutes. Do I have 45 minutes to an hour right now? But in Son, it's like 30 minutes. It's like 20 minutes. It was really, really fast. I don't know how long it was exactly, but it was really fast. We don't need this now. We have an amazing staff, and we don't need this staff. And I think I'll just take the legs to vendor them. The staff will probably vendor for more. Let's take the staff to sell it. How many times have you ever got the Westfall staff and then turned around and sold it immediately? Yeah, this is like, what we have on is so much better. Give me that 36 silver. We have some stuff we can sell. The strangle kelp we need. Leatherworking recipe we don't need. Cooked mud snappers we don't need. We do have some buff food we could eat if we really wanted to. Okra we don't need. I never do the quest for the alcohol, so we're not going to keep the hops in our inventory. I'm going to sell the milk because I'm going to get better water. Sell the light leather. And besides that, we have lots of herbs that we have to hold on to. Alright. Let's see. We got to go up top to turn this last one in.
Greetings. Safe travels. Farewell.
I'm really excited to see how the Mage grows and develops over time. Yeah, I really can't wait till we're getting into some of those endgame dungeons. Like places like Stratholme, Skullomance, even places like Blackrock, Lower Blackrock. I can't wait to start getting into some of that content and really finding out what the Mage can do. So it seems like it's going to be like infinite fun potential. It's exactly what I was looking for. Coming off of the Hunter, this is exactly what I wanted. Just a bunch of fun to press AoE. And we'll have to figure out how to make our single target a little bit better. We should be able to get our first aid up to 80 and go ahead and learn the wool bandage. I'm sure 11 should be enough to get us 1 skill point. So that's on the list. We don't have any cooking to do. We might have, yeah, we have some alchemy to do. Not a lot of alchemy. Because what are we missing? We need a lot of Briarthorn. It takes 2 Briarthorn to make this. And kind of the same thing here. We have a lot more healing potions, but I don't know if I want to use the Briarthorn on a yellow. A yellow is not really guaranteed skill ups. Maybe we'll make some of these. But I would almost rather spend the Briarthorn on the 8 guaranteed skill ups than on 17 potential skill ups. Will we go to a different zone now? I was thinking that we would probably just skip the rest of Westfall and do some stuff in Red Ridge. I think Red Ridge would be the next stop, and we'll do Red Ridge until like level 24 or so, level 25, and then we'll head into Duskwood. But yeah, I actually think that we don't need to do anything else in Westfall. We didn't do a lot in Red Ridge on the Hunter. I kind of skipped most of Red Ridge, so I'd like to do a little bit more there this time around. Alright, let's do this. Oh, we also have the compass to turn in, don't we? Yeah, we have a couple of things to turn in, actually. Alright, there's 80. Another auction house run? Right, yeah, we're at a level where we probably could do a little shopping. Replace some of the really bad stuff. I need to turn the Stormwind music way down. There we go. Yeah, let's do that. That sounds good. We're right by the auction house. We'll see if we can refresh. I'm kind of loath to let go of our chess piece because I think the chess piece is like really on point. But yeah, it's probably time to see if we can get something better. I can get down on that. Let's do it. So we want to look for the best stuff we can get. Let's look for level 18 to 21. Maybe we can find some shoulders with stats on them now. Oh, damn. Well, we can't afford that. But the Bright Mantle we can definitely afford. Let's grab that for 3 golds. Spirit, no. Frozen damage, nope. I don't know, I mean maybe, but no. There might not be much here. Intellect and Spirit. We could do Intellect and Spirit. I'd rather do of the Eagle. We have 18 of the Eagle. That's okay. Or we do of the Owl. Oh, here's of the Eagle. Yeah, let's take of the Eagle. It's going to be a little bit of a more modest look for us for a little while. There we go. There's nothing wrong with modesty. Spirit stamina, yeah. I think that'd be a little bit of an upgrade. Bright belt. Stamina int. Let's take the stamina int. Stamina spirit. Intellect spirit. Or intellect stamina. I think we just pay for the intellect stamina. Of the whale. Stamina spirit. Let's take the bright boots. Yeah, let's grab them. First headpieces, I think somewhere closer to level 30 actually. We'll check, but yeah, not yet. Don't think we can get anything yet. Ooh, this is nice. Let's grab those. And let's look for a back piece. Of the whale? Spirit and stamina? Is that my best option? Fire resist. Too bad it's not fire damage. Intellect and spirit. Intellect and stamina. Let's do that. Alright, yeah, that's everything. Let's check for helmets. Yeah, let's see. Headpieces. Nothing in our level range. Let's go up to 30. Level 27? We can get some white stuff at level 27. If we want stats, it looks like level 27, level 28. I think I'm just going to buy this now for level 27. And then I'll buy this for level 28. And then we are good to go. There aren't really a lot of wands with stats at our level. Yeah, I don't think we're going to find a wand with stats at our level. So I think what we have on is the best we can get right now for a wand. The greater magic wand is a lot of damage too. I don't know if I'd want to give the damage up for even a little bit of intellect or something. There we go. That is us. Now we need to re-equip everything. There we go. Have I ever tried the AH add-on Auctionator? It adds a lot of quality of life features. People have told me that a lot. I think I downloaded an auction house add-on once, and it needed to be set up or something. And it seemed like there were steps that had to be taken to get it to work. And I'm more of a plug and play type of person. If I can't just download the add-on and start using it, then I typically don't like to bother with it. And I remember I tried one that it seemed like there was going to be some setup involved, and that kind of immediately turned me off. I might check it out, but yeah. I probably do need something to be sure, but it needs to be something like very simple and easy to use. All right, let's hit up the first aid trainer right away before I forget to do that. Then we will go turn our quest in. Auctioneer needs setup, Auctionator does not. That must have been the difference. I must have been trying to use Auctioneer. That sounds right. Auctionator doesn't need any setup. Let's see. Let's see if I can grab it really fast. Forging your library. Okay, let's see. Browse. Auctionator. There we go. All right, we'll check that out in a second.
Light be with you. Go with honor, friend.
Oh, we have to train. Training should have been at the top of my list because we have a bunch of stuff that we have to learn. Stuff that would have been really helpful to have in that dungeon, actually. There's that one. There's the unsent letter. Cool, cool, cool. I mean, that's almost level 22. Actually, if we turn in this quest over in the Dwarven district, we will probably hit level 22 today. But then I gotta get myself all the way back over to the Mage Quarter. Very nice. Alright, so I took the range with my last set of points because I feel like trying to pull things from a distance with Living Bomb, we could actually use the range this time around. The build we're following wants me to do improved Fire Blast next, but I kind of want to grab Pyroblast, which I think, I'm pretty sure they had. Yeah, I think we take everything in the next row except for improved Flame Strike we don't take. So, I mean, I could just grab this now. I'm wondering if when we get that Brain Freeze proc, the one that lets us cast like the instant cast and the free Fireball, I wonder if that applies to Pyroblast. I wonder if we're gonna get to do like a free, just a free, I guess it's worth kind of finding out. If when I proc that I can tap this and like if I put Pyroblast there it'll be instant and free. Or if it's only a Fireball thing. The other problem though is that I'm running out of hotkeys, and I don't really know what I can do about that. I'm using every button that I have pretty religiously. I don't really need the wand keybound, I guess. Like, I'm not wanding a lot. It's just something that's nice to have sometimes, but maybe I can live without it. Yeah, we'll check out the auction house again just to see if we can identify any visual differences. Yeah, I want to see what the add-on looks like. This looks exactly the same, so that's good. I don't know if it's even working because this looks exactly the same. Let me check. No, I don't see it. I mean, I downloaded it. Did I download it to the wrong version maybe? Oh, this is Cataclysm. I was in the wrong tab on my CurseForge. Let me grab the one for Classic and not for Cata. That would probably help, right? There we go. Auctionator. Auctionator Classic Fix sounds important. Okay. Now let's try it. Let's do a reload. And let's try one more time. Oh, okay. I mean, oh. Okay, so this kind of makes it like the retail auction house. Which is funny that you say, you know how long it took me? When they changed the auction house in Cataclysm, I almost lost my mind. Because I understand that, like, this is supposed to be better. My brain has trouble parsing it. I finally figured it out in retail and in Cataclysm. I figured out what was going on. But because of so many years of reading this, like this is what my brain is used to. So it's really hard to read it like this. But I guess maybe it will make I like this, like the stack counter, like so it might make selling stuff easier to use this tab. But I don't know how often I would use this tab. I feel like I would often just go with this. For some reason, mine's different from yours. Of course it is. Of course it is. Obviously. Obviously, it wouldn't be the same. All right. I think that's basically everything we have to do. I am gonna clean out our quest log here of a couple of things. Like we don't need to worry about any gray quests. So I'm gonna drop the gray stuff. This has to go out to Goldshire, so I'm gonna probably just hearth myself back to Goldshire to get that one. And let's just drop everything in Westfall. Killing Fields, we never turned in Killing Fields, that's fine. Yeah, and I don't think we probably won't do Deadmines again, so I'm just going to drop these two quests that we didn't do. And that brings us down to a very, very clean looking quest log. Auctionator 275 Classic in the description. I'll have to look into it. It's fine for right now. It looks a little better. Excuse me. It looks a little better, but ultimately for now, I think I'll be okay. Guys, I am going to hearth back to Goldshire, and I'm going to park it there. It has been a wonderful time today. I'm loving the Mage. I hope you guys are enjoying the Mage too. It is so much fun to press these AoE buttons and to blow things up. I am having a great time. Unfortunately, I will not be streaming tomorrow. My kid has his first soccer game, so I will be dedicating my day to hanging out with the family. But we will be back on Monday, and we will continue the Mage on Monday. So I would love to see you guys then for more leveling fun times. Hope you have a good rest of your afternoon or evening. As always, take care of yourselves and take care of each other, and we will see you back here again very soon. Bye for now.